We ain't blocking. Fuck this guy. Can't stop, won't stop. What the fuck is this? Oh, God, I'm gonna get it. You're just jealous. I tried to play the control route versus these mono red decks a lot, and it's just never worked. So now I'm just going to pretend like they can't ever do anything about anything. I'm just going to like hit them in the face a lot. Like being the control deck just hasn't worked versus mono red, and I've tried it so very much. Yeah, I've got a feeling that Gearhulks are going to have like a lot of magma sprays going forward to be good. Killed my mage. That thing was about to get some punani. Yeah, this worked a lot better. He only cast one creature and we got there. Mmm. Got a feeling that that card's not good here because that card can suck it. This card's probably reasonable. Uh, Depending on what build he's playing, this card's reasonable. Yeah, that guy got. Oh, those screw unsummons. Screw these. Let's keep one of everything. Just keep one of everything. We'll figure it out. Changed my mind. This card's white border. I want it back. It's too late, but I want it back. It's a white border. It is still pending. This will be good if I get lands. Oh, one-eyed two-head. I can't wait for that emoji to get approved. Firmo. Oh no. I kind of want to kill that. I am disgusting. That is true. Stop playing spells. I don't have another. Yeah, that's a lie. I have another removal. I have another land though, do I? We'll put a 24th damn land in this deck. I'll put a 20. This don't want to take any damage. You have like several cantrips or something. Short of him having a Hazaret, I'm pretty sure I can just kill his stuff and not worry. Yeah, as a Hazaret or a Chandra, things change though, but. This dude died today. The guy that's on my radio. I don't know how he's still singing to me. He just said it's bringing me down. Something was bringing him down. Hey. I like how I say game one that I can't really be the control deck, and then game two I'm like, nah, man, I want to be the control deck. It's good here. Trust me, fam. What is this fiery Templar type BS that you're doing? Whoa. No shot. Yay, we did it, fam. Rip. That card seems like a perfect card to not put in his hand because we don't care. Nah, I'm not blocking. Hopefully we get us a nice little Weaver of Lightning here that can do a little something. Oh god, no, not the Hazard Riddle. Okay, it wasn't a Hazard. We're fine with that. We'll block, since he killed my dude. Well, things have spiraled downhill in this game. My music is on point today. That was a good draw. That draw may have accomplished something. Oh, oopsie daisy. Oh. Goodbye, Riddleform. We will miss you. To my face. Aggressive, friend. What is this thing? Is this the Hazaret I've been fearful of? Or are you going to waste a collective defiance now? Opponent can't decide. I don't care about that card. That card can suck it. They're up. What do you do, card? Man, you don't do much of nothing. We will play you anyway. I still have a blocker. Maybe. He's not played the good desert yet. He's playing the cycling desert, but not the desert that wrecks me. Getting closer and closer to Chandra being a problem. Ah! No! The trump card has been brought. I felt like I was in good shape, and then I died. Ah, he's going after Chandra now. We good to go, friends. He's scared. So scared. We'll play this. I might have to unsummon that thing. I may have to unsummon that thing. I don't want to unsummon that thing. Where's this going? Is it going to my head? Alright, go to my head. Opponent has no more cards in hand. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can kill his Bedlam Reveler. Make sure this does what I wanted to do. Yeah, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so block, block. Bounce to you, deal damage to you. He's hellbent, so that should be fine. And all I lose is this one because of how he ordered. Yeah, you got a long day tomorrow because you got to get the magic played later in the evening. Good night, man. Heck yeah, we'll cast that. Go get him. I played a land. Still have a blocker, and we're at even laugh with me having 2 creatures and a Chandra. I guess I'm ahead, but another Bedlam Reveler could absolutely Shrek that. If he draws a blank one turn, though, we have, 8 damage on table. All he has to do is draw a blank. Well, it could have been a blank. I guess I'm going to play this first in case I hit something that I want to play off to Chandra. Alright, he's done. I finally beat him on a red deck. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. All we need is somebody to lean on. I want to lean on Silent Parliament. TwitchCon wants my opinion. Oh, affiliate survey, the future of TwitchCon. What do we got here? We got an absolutely reasonable hand. We will keep our absolutely reasonable hand. I believe it's better to just play the Wandering Fumarole. Based on what he's playing, I'll decide between the Riddle and the Storm Chaser on the following turn. He's playing that deck, so I'll probably just go Riddle. I'll probably go Storm Chaser, actually. Okay, I'll probably go Riddle now. That changed things because Riddle can attack next turn with the Storm Chaser Mage. I just bounce whatever arbitrary thing he plays for 2 mana back to his hand and hit him for 5. And keep on keeping on. He doesn't play anything but Metallic Rebuke. That's going to suck for me. That's not that bad, though. Alright. Well, could have been worse. I felt like this match is a favorite. Goodbye, Clue. So if he plays a monument, I'll do things. If he doesn't play a monument, I'll probably just attack for 1. I think I'm better at this game than he is. He pretty much now has to just cast Stasis Snare or Spell Queller. We just keep going down this lonely, lonely road. And you. Oh, Spell Queller. That's why we didn't cast a Collective Defiance. No, in fairness, we probably still could have cast a Collective Defiance and then been able to unsummon on the following turn and get value. You attacking? You are attacking. Good lord. The aggression, this young man. Ooh. Definitely put that on top. Well, I guess he's going to show me a lesson. Is it a Queller? Oh, so hard to figure out, friends. Romans, countrymans. It's only got 1 mana. So we still bash. And if this blocks, it's dead. If this blocks, it's dead. Like, all sorts of things are just dead if they block. If nothing blocks... Ooh. So we're going to put you here. I'm going to press OK. Then we're going to shock you. Unsummon in the main deck. Wow. I refuse to believe that card's even remotely average in blue-white. And he's attacking? So he has more counter spells? Wow. Sure. So this is an Avacyn. So we're going to unsummon this guy. Sure. 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 And we're going to cascade this guy with 3 modes. We're going to make me mill a card. We're going to kill this, and we're going to do 3 damage to him. And we did a lot of damage. Because Trixie plays are cool. I probably should have played my mountain. That was a mistake. That were a bad mistake. Well, I guess it wasn't a bad mistake. It was definitely a mistake. Not even definitely been a mistake, actually. Top of the library. Untap. Go ahead and shock him here. And then he'll get a spell queller. Sure. I have 3 lethal attackers, so I don't want to yield to that always. Definitely want to always yield to this. Definitely want to always yield to this. And then I attack. And he should be dead now that he used his mana. So we beat an unsam summon and an Archangel and a double queller in that spot? That's pretty ridiculous. That's pretty insane to win that game. Wow. This deck does nothing but impress. Nothing but impress. So we definitely want to braids versus the artifact stuff. Probably want this stuff as well, and maybe this thing. In general, the favored visions haven't been as great on the draw. Insults and injuries haven't been as great on the draw. And the unsummons haven't looked wonderful in this match. Thank you. It's pretty fun. I'm beyond surprised that we won that game. I did not really expect to win that game. That little dog is the greatest thing I've ever saw. Oh my god, that is so cute. I had never saw that before. I'm jealous. I want that. That's fantastic, man. I really, really, really like that. This hand's miserable. I'm gonna keep it. So he's 6 and he put on top, so his hand's probably better than ours, but we have some things. We have a Swelder if he's got that type of draw. Rip. Now I know his hand's better than ours. I'm going to do the Wandering Fumarole stuff first because don't really want the mage to die to the Swelder to Suns anyway. That's a good one. That's a good one, fams. Well, Riddlestorm is a May, so like you just don't kill your Riddlestorm when you play it. Hmm. Got 3 cards in hand. I could play this and then Swelter and it kills everything. Or I could just play Riddle. Think we're safe just playing Riddle. Depending on his hand, we may not even need to Swelter. Like, this could be the last aggressive thing he did. He could play Monument, and then I'd want to save Swelter for a following turn of some kind. Well, let's start with this and see if we can kill this. Assuming he's going to have some kind of Spell Queller nonsense here. It's kind of one of the reasons I'm playing it in this manner. The Mage Sweltering Suns is pretty good to get around indestructible, though. Supreme Will. Okay. See what he plays here. He didn't play anything that mattered, I guess. Still has 3 up top, too. Let's still assume he has some kind of counterspell. Not a counterspell. Alright. Well, that's good for us. We're even ahead on the clock now. Or not ahead on the clock, but I mean ahead on the damage race. Best. Play things? Don't play that thing. I guess this gets rid of his blocker. Okay. And we will obviously say no. Yeah, well, he's taking a while to decide on this. Sure. No. Never let you go. I could have, but I don't think I need to versus the board he's showing me. I'm trying to be a little bit more greedy. I'm trying to be a little bit greedy. I mentioned that play earlier, but I'm trying to be kind of greedy right now because he doesn't really have anything going on. I'm pretty ahead on board. You're always on my side. Just play something? Oh, that's another thing. Alright, now we'll do it. Or, yep, we'll do it now. We was just playing greedy. I think it's fine. As long as this last card is not an Archangel, I think I'm pretty far ahead. It's the first opponent that's actually realized what was happening on that. Now, if this is an Archangel, I'm probably pretty far behind. If it's anything other than Archangel, I'm pretty solidly ahead. If it's a counterspell, I don't care. Could have been worse, could have been better. Overall, don't really care about it, though. I hope he didn't draw it this time. If he drew it this time, bad things afoot. Nice draws, opponent. Still not dead, though. Have a lot of outs here. In fact, I'd say I'm probably a favorite if he doesn't have a counterspell. And it looks like he doesn't have a counterspell. I'm probably a favorite. My stomach's kind of hurting. Yeah, well, that card doesn't do much. My outs are still my outs. Have one Chandra, 3 flows, 4 braids, and 3 defiances, and 1 unsummoned that will win from here. Let's see what we got. Well, that's not any of them. Scry again. That's not any of them either. Well, about half of our deck was a win and we just missed. Kind of a tilt. He had to have exactly those 2 cards, really? And at least a quarter of our deck won over 3 draw steps? So any removal spell kills me. Any counter spell kills me. I'm not sure what else kills me. I have to block. Well, 4th draw step, that's a miss. Counterspell beats me now pretty easily though, so. Deal 4 damage to target creature, I guess. If he's got a counterspell, we're dead. He about has to have a counterspell. He didn't play a land that turn. He's got 2 cards in hand. So basically he drew like a god over the past 3 draw steps. Whereas I got to see many more cards than him and had many more outs than him and just didn't get there. A little frustrating. I think this is much worse on the play. think versus his build of the deck, I'm actually able to use that card effectively as well. Let's try to be more aggressive this game, since I'm back on the play. Had a lot of outs. The one turn he was tapped out. I don't think so. Like, the 8 creatures I care the most about all have flash. Could be better than Shock, I guess. Shock's pretty bad, so I'll try them. Oh, I guess I won't try them. One land, thank you, Moto. And no consistent damage threat. Can't win with hands like this. Don't know whether I should keep it or not. Going to 5 seems like I'll lose. Double Island's bad. Can't even cast a Collective Defiance. Alright, well, this was the best hand we saw. I'll put it on top so we can cast our spells. Kind of a tilt. Have to get that unlucky to lose game 2, and then we just don't really get to play Magic game 3. Assuming if he puts I'm assuming if he has a Spell Queller in his hand that the game's just over, and that I have no out. I'm assuming that pretty much kills me too. So, can't beat a Spell Queller. What can I beat? Can't beat much of anything. Mulligan to 5 on the play versus counter spells in your deck that can barely deal 20 to begin with. Untapped land could be good here. If he plays something, if he doesn't play anything, like the game's clearly just over. Yep, didn't play anything, game's clearly just over. Alright, well I'll play this one I guess. It's the one that I care about him spell quellering the least? The most? Didn't have a counterspell or didn't think that was worth counterspelling? One of the two. He didn't think that was worth blocking with. Usually when I'm this many cards ahead of my opponent, I'm willing to trade with anything they have. At all times. So is this the one that gets counterspelled? Huh? He didn't counterspell that either. I guess he's got an Avacyn? I don't know what's going on. A Censor. Okay, our opponent is just playing some kind of spirit deck that I had no idea he was playing during... This is like, we played a game 1 and a game 2 that were both pretty long and had zero idea that our opponent was playing a deck like this. Just zero idea what our opponent was playing. If he has Avacyn, I have no out. I'm pretty sure I easily win this game with 7 cards, but then again, I was easily winning last game too, so what do I know? So he's stopping one of my triggers? Okay. Sure, it can't block, so it might as well be a creature. I have to stay on defense. Even just being able to cast a Storm Chaser Mage to block here would probably win. Yes, you saw it from a mile away when he casts 0 things that weren't in the popular build of the deck. Yeah, well, I'm just dead. Pretty close to just dead. Glad I didn't attack with a Storm Chaser Mage, though. Technically go to 1 if he doesn't have anything. Which gives me some outs, I guess. Well. He didn't even have a spot to play the Monument game 1, and it's easy not to draw a Monument. Alright, well, we're still alive. So a burn spell likely wins? That's not a burn spell, so we lose. Tilt. That one was probably a win. I don't like getting that unlucky back to back. I think it took a miracle for me to lose game 2, and then game 3 I didn't feel like I got to really play. Played this guy the other day. Cool, no lands. Moto said, Ray-Ban, you don't get to play Magic today. And I said, but I like to play Magic, Moto. Sounds pretty good, though, for a mulligan with no removal spells. Opponent's just going to be on like a Teamer or a Pummeler deck, and then like we're just going to lose. Got a Forest, probably pummeling then. Well, we mulligan, so I don't think I can even try to play a long game. I'm kind of salty. I don't even deny that. I think Moto is a very flawed program, and its shuffler is very, very bad, so I get annoyed when I lose to the Moto shuffler. Like, it's just it doesn't mirror paper Magic at all. It's like you're playing a different game. And this is speaking for somebody who's played Magic for 25 years, so like it doesn't mirror paper Magic whatsoever. But it's the best we have. Like, we don't have anything else, so take what we can take. Well, paper Magic definitely shuffles correctly. It doesn't shuffle truly random. But there's a difference between truly random and correctly. I think it's worth killing this thing to stop me from playing Glorybringers or whatever. But anyway, like Moto doesn't even do it truly random. Moto has it gets stuck. Like it's it's truly random is you can like go log on Apprentice and what's that other program that people play on Magic League Workstation and like do literally tens of thousands of examples. Like it's not even random for a truly random thing. I don't think it's worth killing this. He may not block. I technically deal an extra damage if I kill it. But like there's no guarantee that he blocks. He's dead, so I don't know why I'm even thinking about it. Like he's just dead. The opponent had a pretty poor draw, and our draw was insane even though we had a mulligan. Yeah, he's just dead if I kill it. He's dead if I didn't kill it too, wasn't he? No, he wasn't. He was at 1 if I didn't kill it, right? Yeah, I only did 10 if I didn't kill it. I hadn't looked at his life total when I started talking about that, but then I noticed he was dead, so I just killed him. I don't really like the sideboard versus this deck at all. I think my main deck's pretty solid versus it. I think this card's significantly worse on the draw than it is on the play. Don't really like Chandra's in the match, but like, there's nothing I really want to bring in. These are good if you know he's playing like a bunch of Whirler Virtuosos, but if you don't know he's playing a bunch of Whirler Virtuosos, they don't really do anything. Like, I'm not worried about... I could deal 4 of the shock, but the token where it gets Prowess deals 6. So I actually gain 2 damage by killing the Rogue Refiner. A little salty. I shouldn't be salty. Yeah. It's not 12. It's only 12 with the creature. Because one of the creatures... Well, okay, never mind. Basis is saying it to you. Sorry, there's some kind of delay, so I'm seeing what you guys say like 20 seconds after what you say it. Don't know why my delay's so bad today. The flyer was only a 3 power. I only cast 2 spells. I cast exactly the shock and exactly the insult and injury. This hand's very good. We'll keep this hand. Yeah, no worries. No worries, mate. Alright, well, I'm just going to curve 1, 2, 3 now that I drew that card and hope that we don't need the Collective Defiance on 4. But we have several draw steps to even get the Collective Defiance on 4, so... We're really hoping he doesn't have a Lone Tusk Cub here. If it's just a Servant, we can attack. That's 5 islands in the deck. No Bristling Hydroplox. He tapped the red mana first, so that makes me think it's a Chandra. Yeah, it's a Chandra. I think it's actually worth killing the Chandra. I could be wrong, but I think it's worth killing the Chandra. Anyway, we're going to kill the Chandra. Could be wrong. Ooh, there's another Visions. Gives us something to do next turn if we missed the red mana. You know, if we missed a red mana over our 5th draw step. So Bringer of Glory. 5th red mana, please? Or 5th draw step red mana, please? Nope. Still have a pretty good hand here. Ooh, maybe we'll get a red mana. We'll be 15 cards deep. That's generally enough to have the third red. We're in pretty good shape, though, even if we don't hit it. Like, he needs, like, a negate or something. To even have a... He killed that one over these. It's awkward. Anyway, we don't really have to worry about the negate anymore. You got a Nahiri? He's playing that build of the deck, then. That's kind of cool. Alright, wouldn't mind to have a shock here. Or wouldn't mind to have a red mana for a shock here. Well... Can play you and tick up and lose damage, but I don't think that's worth it. You got that super base. Guess he's going to play Nahiri this turn, but if he does, that's not too bad for us. Loses a lot of tempo if he plays Nahiri. Kind of time walks though, because I'd probably kill Nahiri with the Favored Vision. That's not a Nahiri. Wow. So, I guess he has a removal spell or a negate or something? Huh. Alright, well, I'm gonna play this thing. I guess. So if I play this and shock this and he has a negate, I could leave this as a blocker. If I play that and shock him, I'll win if he doesn't have a counterspell. We're 1-1 right now. Kind of interesting here. I guess it's better to do my best to play around a negate. Yeah, but he's dead if he cracks the clue at all. Maybe I just save my thing as a blocker. And then kill this if he sacks a clue at the end of his turn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Favored Visions win. I don't think that I need to... I don't think I need to even tap for the shock. I don't think I have to attack. Pretty sure just getting an extra turn wins. Yep, I agree, Basis. I figure that's what I came to the conclusion of towards the end. We might hit an unsummon too, which is pretty insane if we hit an unsummon. We did not hit an unsummon. Yep, we came to the same conclusion. It just took me a while to piece it together. So now if he can't deal 8, which is going to be a pretty hard for him to kill 8 through the blocker, that means he has to cast Nahiri just to live. And if he casts Nahiri to live, we have a number of lethal threats. Alright. Well, that doesn't kill me. Alright, Visions MVP. Run it back. Yeah, I like how we ended that game. I think that was the correct line just to play it and pass. Thank you for following Slackers Unite and King Z Gambit. Appreciate it. Ooh, TCG Player has a 5% kickback on all Funko Pop shits today. I didn't even know they sold those things. This hand is okay. It doesn't have any of our important consistent damage threats, but it does have 2 lands and a couple spells, so we'll keep. Caleb has got a ton of people watching him today. Am I the only person that doesn't like his stream? I don't have anything for 2 mana, so I'm just going to go ahead and play this guy on 1. Did my music stop already? Wow, stream's going by slow then. F. Buddha Cavoli? I can't pronounce that. Well, I assume it's his name. I guess I should pull the deck list up over here while we wait. For anybody who cares, there's a link to my Twitter down below. And on the Twitter, every time I go live and all the deck lists I play are there. Also, MTG box commands work here, so you can like !! deck list. Alright, he's back. He kept 6 and he scratched to the bottom. What are you playing at Friday Night Magic tomorrow, Ricky? Are we teamering again, son? Well, this hand's very good versus his deck. If we draw lands, if we don't draw lands, things are going to go badly. Just run a runner land, please. Nothing special. I mean, Caleb's a pretty good Magic player. And he plays a lot of fun decks. Like, a lot of interesting decks is what I mean when I say fun. He doesn't really interact with his chat much. I am from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky. A little place called Pike County. Hello, Calfula. If you've ever watched, like, the Kevin Costner TV miniseries with Bill Paxton from, yeah, I'm going deep here with this analogy, about the Hatfield McCoys, we're from about 45 minutes to an hour, about 45 minutes to an hour from that general area. Really, I absolutely love Ginger, and I learn a lot when I play Ginger, especially when like things are going wrong and he's getting salty. Oh my god, those streams are great. When things are going wrong and he's starting to get salty, man, it's fun. I'm just going to keep the table completely cleared and just keep smacking him for 2 a turn. He loved my nipples. I do not have a webcam on right now, or you would see my nipples. He does not enter. I've gone to his chat probably only 10 times in the past year, but he has never responded to a single question that I have asked him in chat. Not once. Not once has he responded to me. We're still at 20? Okay. I guess if we're still at 20, this will go to his head. You probably have, even though I have no idea who you are, but... He didn't always have 1,500 viewers. He used to only have like 300 when I was hanging out over there, or when I was trying to watch it. Newmont answers everything I've ever asked him, but with Newmont, like, I just can't handle. I don't like watching limited. If I'm going limited's fine and all that, but like, I would rather play limited than watch limited. Is what I'm trying to say. I have no problem with Newmont other than I don't like limited, and B, oh, it's Noonie. How you doing, Noonie? You should come back to play Magic. I hear Shelton's considering to come back. Obviously, the Sweltering Suns are fine here. The Brawl's Expertise fine here. Again, I just don't like this card particularly a good amount on the draw. The Favored Visions, I think, are medium on the draw, and I get the rest of my removal spells in the deck. The Favored Visions probably come back in on the play. Caleb's a good player, though. I do respect that, but I don't know. Maybe he's gotten too big. I don't know. Yeah, when you got the Favored Visions in play, this deck does go off a little bit. Man, I quit WoW. I want to go back so bad. I miss WoW. I miss WoW a lot. I only quit WoW because like my guilds broke up, and it's hard to go from a fairly high-end rating guild down to a medium guild, and I didn't really want to spend enough money to transfer 9 characters to another server. Yeah, no, Ginger responds to everything I ask him. He's incredibly intelligent, but I like him. I don't think he's boring at all. He's probably in my top 5 favorite streamers, but people like different things. People like different things, so like I'm not going to tell somebody they're wrong because they like something that I don't, or because I like something they don't. I'm a pretty big fan of him though. I also like Dave C a lot. And I like Brandon the Candio a lot. I like Samball49 even though he's a little bit more casual. That's fair. Samball generally gets about 200. Ooh, I did not expect that coming from his deck, and I shot the braid off too early. Too far behind now. They gave us the week free trial. They gave us the week free trial, and I just couldn't bring myself to even do the leveling or whatever. I hate the level. I hate to play catch up. So we don't have to worry about this too much, and we still have all 4 braids in the deck, so hopefully that won't become a huge problem. Whoops, I clicked the wrong one. Escalate. You're watching me? I'm casual. I'm playing friggin' Riddlestorm, baby. Come on. I mean, I want to win. I actually think this deck isn't tier 1, but I do think it's good. Alright, well, he's ran out of energy. This problem is almost gone. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, the blowout. He had to negate. I got friends. I got pretty hard. Wow. Well, that couldn't have worked out in a worse manner for me. That could not have worked out in a worse manner for me. What do we got going now? Oh, it's the Dark Salvation on that guy? There's nothing I can do about that. Destroy target artifact. Yes. Yes. Chandra's too slow now, I think. I don't really want to waste this, but I also don't want to go to 4. Yeah, I don't really want to go to 4 versus him bringing back a diagraph on the following turn. I'd rather just get a Fred off the board while I can. It's going to be hard to beat him. That negate slayed me, guys. Alright, I'll put that on top. It's good versus the immediate board. No removal spell or negate, please. He about has to have one of them, though. Could probably just be another Dark Salvation. Not another Dark Salvation. Just a giant. What? He didn't buy back his Dread Wanderer. Dead on board if I take that, so... Onward! Alright, good game. I definitely think these are better on the draw. Or on the play. I keep saying on the draw when I mean to say on the play. Not sure what to take out. Unsummons are okay, but they're not great. Chandra's okay, but it's not great. Alright. I don't know what Mythic plus Dungeons means. What do we got here? One land, can't keep. This hand's pretty good. Happily keep this hand. Have to put the land on top even though anybody who knows me knows I don't want that land. Can F6 because he could play a Crypt Breaker. I'm going to assume so. I can't imagine any other reason I would want to put blue in the deck without that card, but he's not showed us one yet. I'm going to assume he's just playing the 5-0 list from yesterday that I should have paid a lot more attention to. That I should have paid a lot more attention to. Rip. That's not good for me. Huh. If I play this and tick up, nothing happens. If I play this and use it to cast this, if he has a removal spell, this would die. If I just use this to kill this and deal 6 damage to him, it ties his mana up the best, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. Don't have a lot of good options here. I never played D3 either. Alright, well, at least we can kill that. We can kill that and play a blocker. I guess that's something. Pretty bad for him if he has a removal spell, but I don't think I have really that many options this game. Pretty far behind. Not sure how I'm going to beat the Scrap Heap Scroungers. Thank you, MTG Bot. We appreciate the info. Well, I believe Chandra is better than my Soul Scour Mage, so we will protect Chandra. I have enough draws in my deck that I think it's worth not scrying this turn. But that may be wrong. I was supposed to scry there, I'm not sure. Top of the deck. Alright, well. 4 damage to that. Whoops. Escalate 3 modes. So Chandra's definitely going to die, and if he has a negate here, we're in definitely bad shape. We are going to prevent 3 damage as he has to kill the Chandra next turn at least. So, like, we're not just dead. I should have played the Spire Bluff Canal. That was a play mistake by me. He has a 2-turn clock, so need to draw something pretty good that turn. He will probably block. And not playing that Spire Bluff Canal is turning out to be a fairly major mistake. Turning out to be a fairly major mistake. Swelter. Doesn't help this turn. Doesn't help much next turn either, does it? Let's think about this one. So he's going to make a dude attack me for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the Scrap Heap Scrounger comes back and I'm dead. So I definitely can't keep that card. Yeah, not playing this land is costing me pretty badly. Tilt. Oh, that's my mistake though, so. I think if the top card of our library was a burn spell, we could have won had we played to our outs. And we're not just dead now. I think I have 4 Incendiary Flows, 4 Abrades, and 3 more Shocks, and so that gives me 11 ways to make the Riddleform a creature. And if I draw a Riddleform, so the only cards that I couldn't play, with a Scry was the 1 Chandra, the 2 more Collective Defiance, and the 3 Sweltering Suns. So I think scrying mathematically gave me much more chance to be able to activate a creature or activate a spell that turn. If he's got a removal spell, we're just dead. If he doesn't have a removal spell, we still have outs. Fair. There's favorite visions. Alright, well, we're just dead then. If it's a negate, we're just dead. Well, I guess we're not just dead. We can... Alright, well, he gave us an out, so we're not just dead. We can draw a Collective Defiance still. That's not a Collective Defiance. A Collective Defiance or a Sweltering Sun would have gave us a chance at the game. I guess we're blocking. I don't think I can wait till I attack. He's got this second Scrap Heap Scrounger in the board. It just gets worse and worse if I try to block. No reason to kill it. He's got 4 mana. Cinderace Flow doesn't do it. I'm still just dead. Yeah, I think I punted that game when I didn't play the Spire Bluff Canal that one turn. If we'd have got the Swelter that turn, we'd have been in okay shape. Maybe we wouldn't have. This wouldn't have been on the board, so we would have kind of time walked that one turn. He does got a Scrap Heap Scrounger back, so we would have had at least one more turn. Maybe 2 more turns. And not playing a land was pretty costly. They're like showing me the negate, but his hand was irrelevant to my play mistake. He was. Anyway, so let's try to get the Speedy Chest. What do we got here? We have no blue mana, but I think it's a keep anyway. We can cast everything in our hand but one spell. That's kind of a good draw if we draw lands. Oh. No Fatal Push, please. Rip. Bad times. Got to have a land. Well, I guess I'll try to kill it. Hopefully he doesn't have a defense. And he has a defense. Well, things could not be going worse. Things could not be going worse this game. Let's see if he gets that magical one attack Delirium that I've played that deck a million times and never got. He did not. Alright, that seems about average to not get it. Mindrak Demon. Oh, okay. Well, we're just dead. We're missing our land drop again, too. So I guess this has to be good here. None of my other cards are particularly great. Braid might be okay. He probably has a Gearhulk or something. Don't think Chandra's too good here. I'm going to assume these aren't particularly good here as well. I feel pretty favored in this match in general. The Shocks might not be great, but he could just play turn 2 Grim players. This hand's good. It's like 1 Fevered Visions off of being very good. Yeah, Fevered Visions was another spell I could have played on that particular turn, but I don't think Fevered Visions wins me that game. Like, I needed to be able to affect the board and hit the Fevered Visions. Or affect the board and attack. Rip. clearly just didn't tap that for blue because I'm not very bright. I'm not very bright. Some shocks in our hand. Shocks are kind of cool. Alright, well, opponent is screwed of some kind. I guess I'll just shock him, since we seem to have an abundance of shocks. Opponent's getting our kind of draws. So now he's just going to hold up Fatal Push, I guess? Alright. Hold up Fatal Push. We'll shock you again. Thank you, MTG bot. How many Fatal Pushes do you have? Do you want to waste one on this guy? That's a lot of Fatal Pushes then. Alright. Well. Sure. Do I care about this thing or not? Probably. Because I find it very unlikely that the Riddleform is going to be able to deal many more damages. Yeah. I have too many things that would win the game, I guess. Oh, that's good for us. Sure, sure. So the opponent's going to go to 1, and we have a ton of outs. Or a ton of wins, rather. I shouldn't say outs. We don't need outs right now. Too far ahead to need an out. I'll be just taking the draw step this time because anything pretty much wins unless he somehow puts 17 lethal on board, and then I might not. Yeah, well, I'm going to play the Fumarole because that lets me be able to riddle during upkeep and still play a 3-drop. Sneaky, snaky. So we have 2 flows, 1 shock, 4 defiance, 2 collective companies. I think it's 2 collective companies, ain't it? Oh, it's all 3 Chandras. No, it's 2 Chandras. I have a lot of outs over more than 1 turn, I think. Might not be more than 1 turn. I'm too lazy to do the math. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Alright, it's not over 2 turns. We have exactly this turn. Unsummon will do it too? Yeah, Unsummon will do it too. He's tapped out. Put on top of library. Oh, we got this game. Draw our card. Alright, probably need the extra braid on the draw. I think the unsummons are worse on the draw, but I think that's worse than the unsummon on the draw. He showed me Rishkar to go with his Grim Player and stuff, so maybe a Sweltering Suns is okay, but I'm gonna assume it's not particularly okay. He showed us Ishkar, Winding, which makes me think he also has Gearhulk. Don't think Dun Summons are great in this match, but they do deal with a Snake that's got out of hand or a Long Tusk Cub that's got out of hand. What do we got here? This hand's playable, but it's not great, and he's on a mulligan, so... He kept 6. He scryed to the top, so that's probably a bad sign for me. Anytime they scry to the top, I always assume their hand's just better than mine. Oh, have to kill that. Don't have any option, really. I'll use this one on it. It's a 23 land deck that runs multiple creatures that generally have to deal damage. I'm not sure I would want an hour, but an hour is something that's considerable at least. Come on, deck. Can we have one spell? So we've drawn 0 spells since our opening hand. Opponent obviously is going to have some kind of removal spell. I couldn't attack if I wanted to. Can't target anything. I'm going to assume this game is over. I can't imagine winning this game. I think it'll be relatively hard to even stop Deshandra from ultimating. Oh, I guess we'll keep that. Is this an attacker for Deshandra? As base as that seems, it's probably not good enough. Or, I keep saying Chandra, but I mean Liliana, the thing they have in play. Go get him, little mage. Straight to the graveyard you go. He let it deal damage. That's surprising to me. Be nice if opponent would just like play something we don't care about. That'd be cool. Like, just play a big 8/8 Gearhulk. That's what we need from you, man. One, two, three, 4 plus that, so I don't have enough to activate and a braid. So we'll go ahead and scry, saved our braid till our turn. Put on the bottom. Draw. Try to kill that thing. Try to kill that thing again. I'll attack a Liliana for a lot and hope he doesn't have a removal spell. But he didn't play a land drop, and he didn't have another defense, so there's about no chance that he doesn't have a removal spell. There's the removal spell. He's got a million hissing quagmires, so I can't even pressure if my fumarol's particularly good. I could draw a shock, I guess. I guess he's got another fatal push then? Seems like he's pressed F6. Yeah, I'm not sure why he let us do that to his Liliana. I'm willing to trade one of these for one of his things. He has more things to do with lands than I do. Sure. Well, this game's just beyond awkward. Please no removal spell? No, removal spell. What you got this time? Traverse. That is a traverse for a land, though. Which probably gives you delirium for something? I guess not. So that's a shock. Shock doesn't, or that's a collective defiance, which doesn't do anything here. I guess I'm willing to trade this for another land. Shock would have been nice. We could have killed Liliana with a shock. That was a good draw. That causes some problems. Need another abrade. Don't have another abrade. Could have willed myself, but that damage doesn't do anything, so I'd better hold it. And if I hold it, there's a chance that I need to play this for 4 and like a Chandra for 4. So that's why I played the land. Well, that was a good draw, I guess. This game's not going anywhere very quickly. Yes, we will attack the Liliana. He definitely has better draws in his deck than we do at the moment. He is much ahead if you take that stuff into account. Escalate 2 modes. One here, one here. So this in theory kills Liliana. If he doesn't have a removal spell. Oh, he had a removal spell. Just tap 6 for that. That was a good draw. Now I need... Had a lot of draws to kill the Liliana that particular turn, but now I need a lot of luck again. I hit another bomb. Well, it wasn't a bomb at least. Need like another Collective Defiance this turn. Still 3 in the deck. Unsummon. That doesn't do a lot. Doesn't do anything, actually. So I'm just dead? Alright, I'm just dead. That game was very, very awkward. Let's run back a second league. That game was the awkwardest of awkwards. I usually log off when Sam logs on, but he's not going to play tonight because he's going to the Grand Prix tomorrow. What do we got here? Everything we want but a third land, so we will keep you. Hopefully opponent doesn't have a 2-drop. Rip. Well, he didn't have a 2-drop, so I guess that's something. So we really need to hit our land. The third draw step. A really high percentage to hit it. Champion of Wit, so he's playing a merge, so that's exceptionally bad for me. Untapped land would be everything that I've dreamed about. One time, untapped land for Daddy. Daddy wants an untapped land. Daddy got an untapped land. Daddy's pretty happy. For those of you who don't know, I'm Daddy. Even though I can't breed. Sure. You can both be creatures, even though one can't attack. And I pressed F6 35 times. Well, that was good for us. The Fevered Visions being able to come down next turn will also be good. Oh, no, it's not. There's nothing wrong. I'm not sterile. I'm just too ugly for women to talk to. Everything just works. Everything works. I'm just so fat you can barely find it and women don't want to talk to me. But thank you. I say some stupid things when I stream, and I'm proud of every one of them. Opponent casting a blocking spider or a blocking glorybringer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for Calfula and Deum for following. Alright, you can go back to this hand. But I don't want to lose weight. I'm happy with myself. Other people just aren't happy with me. Being happy with myself is all that matters, right? It's not the best card in Standard, but it's certainly one of the funnest. Certainly one of the funnest. Yeah, but, man, if I found a girl, I would have less time for Magic. I would probably need to get a job, and I'd probably need to move out of my mom's house. And I just don't know if any of those things are acceptable. Like, I don't know if I'm willing to agree with any of those things. I believe this card's particularly good in this match because they have 8 drops and a bunch of 5 drops. I don't think Chandra is very good in this match. I think Negate's okay, but I don't think it's great. For the most part, I think we're set up for this type of deck. I like this deck. I need to work on the sideboard a little bit more. The spells and the negates haven't been particularly good at all. The Bite of Force hasn't been good. Yeah. No, it's just right for some people, wrong for some people. But I gotta tell you, dude, I'm the human form of Jabba the Hutt, and I'm the most sloth-like person you've ever met. So I'm pretty content to just sit here and play between 1 and 4 Moto leagues a day and watch 12 hours of Netflix and eat a pizza. It's a damn good day. How could you not enjoy that? They have Elder Deep Fiend. They have EDF, Elder Deep Fiend. And then they have Glorybringers and Ishkanas as well at the 5 spot. But Elder Deep Fiend is the 8-drop. This thing. They also sometimes have some number of counter spells they bring in out of the sideboard, so the back half of it's not awful. This hand's great. We're getting several just getting several draws right now. Several good draws right now. We're winning the variance machine. Whew. Right on time, Highland Lake. Highland Lakes is something that I probably need to think about cutting as well. Probably need to think about cutting some mountains for the uncommon desert. Is that uncommon desert's gas? Going to hope he doesn't have a negate. Goodbye, Riddleform. We will miss you. Oh, Bengal Bay. Or Bengal Bivy. Oh, wow, he doesn't have another land? Well, let's help him get some. Would you like to draw cards, opponent? Opponent took us up on the drawing cards option. Grapple is going to get him this thing. So his lands are online. The bottom section, I don't know how. Let's see if we can figure that out for you. Is that good for you? Let me know if that's good for you. Is that big enough? It just looks so awkward now. It's kind of hurting my eyes. No problem, man. Traverse for... he can get a land or a creature this time. Oh boy, do we want him to get a creature. Red Rover, go get something you can't cast. That's not unlikely. No, we've drawn exceptionally well this game, and our opponent's drawn exceptionally poorly. I do like this match in general, though. I don't think what we're seeing here from other side of the board is an accurate representation of how the matchup typically plays out, but not upset. If he doesn't have Chandra's Defeat, there's a good chance that the Chandra Torch of Defiance has a good chance to ultimate this game. Like how I said, there's a good chance that it has a good chance about 14 times because it has a good chance. Chance. That's good. Sorry, I'm aggravating, I know. So he has to discard. Thank you, MTG bot. We appreciate it, fam. I want Deshandra to deal damage. I know I could have like ticked it up and played a spell, but honestly, I was gonna make it deal damage no matter what. So that was still a mistake though. If I'd hit a or a fevered visions, I would. The fevered visions is the only spell I would have cast, so I still should have ticked it up before I played my turn. So that was a pretty bad mistake. I wasn't thinking. I was too busy just like enjoying the fact that I don't think our opponent can win. But just because you don't think your opponent can win is not an excuse to get sloppy. Like, that's still pretty bad of me. Still pretty bad of me. What we got going on here? Okay. Incendiary Flow. That does 1 more damage. Guess we'll put that in his hand. So he has no blocks now that aren't just straight chumps. I'm not worried about ultimating the Chandra at all. If he'd taken one of these, I could have Incinerate Flowed to face. He doesn't have enough mana to cast Elder Deep Fiend next turn, even with a sack, so don't have to worry about that. If all he does is play a Spider, which is all the mana he has, or all he has mana for, he's just dead to the flow in hand. If he has like an Appetite for Destruction, he's just going to die to the board. He could have a Natural State, a land, and a Spider. That's about the only thing that we can't just beat. So a Natural State, a land, and a Spider. Pretty much has to attack the little Chandra. The little Chandra poo. The song that is playing right now, by the way, is absolutely rocking. So this is 3 lethal attackers. If the flow resolves, and the flow doesn't resolve, he can't stop all the damage. So he's just dead. Short of there being a fog, he's dead. And I don't believe there's any red-blue fogs. Yes and no. You were supposed to hear the music, but something has broke and I don't know how to fix it, so you can't hear the music. So be jealous. Be jealous that you're not listening to Def Leppard like me. So our opponent drew real bad there. I have no idea why. I have no idea why you guys can't hear the music. But whatever. I have no idea how to fix it either. I didn't change anything, so I don't know why it doesn't work. It used to work. You're just so jealous that you can't turn on your own music. Thank you for following Bob2377. I'm going to pretend you're a bot. This guy right here is my graphics and stream manager. So he's supposed to fix everything, but he just won't. He did give us this sweet notepad up here to put donations in, though, so that's kind of cool. But you got to get on to Corey Coolcat. It's all his fault. All I know is my music worked before he told me to download a new OBS. So I have spells. I have lands. It's probably not good enough anyway. Yes, this hand's much, much better. I don't know if you guys have figured this out yet, but this deck's a lot better when it draws Riddleform and or Fevered Visions. Uh-oh, that's the zombies. We might be fast enough to beat zombies because we have double form. It'll depend on what type of, how fast his draw is and what type of removal spells he has. Like if he just plays a Lord, if he plays nothing this turn and a Lord next turn, we're probably pretty good. Oh god, well we're not beating that draw. I played a one that might give us some kind of block next turn if we choose to, since we didn't get the land. If he misses a land drop, we can attack, I guess? He's only got 4 cards in hand. We're probably in okay shape if we draw land over the next 2 turns. One of them needing to be, the second one needing to be untapped. It's not unreasonable. Well, that's one of the lands. You play this and have double spell on the next turn? So even if he has Fevered Visions, it's not the end of the world for me? Obviously not great, but I think there's an argument for not even attacking here. Yeah, I'm not going to attack here. I find it just too unlikely that he doesn't have some kind of zombie and or some kind of removal spell. If he wants to take off next turn, I can attack with both, and that lets him only play like Grasp instead of like playing Grasp on that turn and Grasp on the next turn. Also, don't mind to take the damage when I can play potential spell next turn. Well, I drew what I wanted, so. Actually going to kill this guy too. No, you can't be creatures anymore. I think that puts him in a fairly rough spot if he doesn't commit more to the board, and if he commits more to the board, we can play the Collective Defiance and get him to 5. If he doesn't commit anything else to the board, we can play Divisions. And kind of like force him to commit to the board on the following turn. Might be playing way too passively, I'm not sure. Yeah, just not going to activate these guys into open mana for removal. Heck, I think he has to tap out before we have to tap out. Mostly because of divisions. Well, the game's doing the restarty thing. Alright, an untapped land would be perfect. That is not an untapped land, but it's still fine. So I need to draw a spell over my next 2 draw steps to be in pretty good shape. That's not a spell. Hey, thanks for the host, Boot to the Head. I appreciate it. This is officially now the most people that have ever been in this room. I think my peak before this has been like 89? Maybe? I caught a lot of your stream tonight. I liked a lot of the decks you played. How'd the ramp deck end up working out? If you're here to respond, I don't have any idea. I appreciate it, man. I don't know about that. I'm assuming you're the best. Man, MTGO bot is still lagging tonight. But yeah, did the ramp deck go off well? I took some weird lines this game, and I'm not positive. That's nice. That's very good to hear. I like ramp. Hours of Promise is one of the paper cards I pre-ordered for this set. I'm a pretty big fan of that card. I took some odd lines this game, but I think most of them were correct. I'm not sure. Alright, so he had to put something to pressure Lethal on the board. He goes to 1. Do we get a spell? We did not get a spell, but we got multiple attackable threats. Attackable. I don't know if that's even a word. This is a delayed I hate you from earlier. You're too busy. So hopefully he doesn't have double fatal push. Yes, double fatal push, we probably lose. Alright. No double fatal push. I do appreciate the host though. That's definitely pretty hot. I've had 2 nice hosts this week. Z-Man Magic gave me a sweet host, and now I've got this one. Pretty happy about it. Oh, he added me to your auto host too. That's pretty sweet. Thank you, Haley Creates, for following. I appreciate it. You did, in fact, make the emote. Alright, anyway, so back to this. I don't think the insult and injuries are particularly good on the draw in the aggro. I think the Sweltering Suns are pretty good versus him, even though they've yet to work out in a single situation that I've brought them in. Sweltering Suns has been the constantly least impressive card in my entire sideboard, and I try so very hard to make them work because they should just work in these matches, but they don't. I think the Brawls is good because there's sometimes that he gets just like a ton of tokens out, or like in the board state we were just in. Like Brawls was great, and I just want the extra removal. Some of these mono black zombie decks have been playing Effort Harvester lately, and if nothing else, they just kill a creature, let you keep on rocking. And when you can keep on rocking in the free world, it's a good time. I think the turns that we didn't attack with our dude that game was pretty good. Alright, we'll keep this hand. This hand's reasonable. We don't have blue mana, we don't have a 3rd mana, but... Well, we now have blue mana and a 3rd mana. Probably just going to let him do whatever he wants and try to clean things up with the Swelter. So I'm not going to play the mage. I'm just going to take damage and or let him draw a card next turn, depending on what he chooses. I assume he'll draw a card. Just fine. I'm finally going to get value out of the Sweltered Sun the first time ever. Please no transgress. Alright, so he's choosing to either deal damage or commit a lot to the board. I don't know which he's going to do. Oh, we drew a second Swelter. Go, my Swelters, be merry. Go, Speed Swelter. That's the first time Swelter's ever been good for me. As many times as I've cast that card in this deck, that is the first time that card has ever been good for me. Sorry if I'm a little more excited about that than I should be. Gonna shock the Crypt Breaker. I'm so happy you weren't a waste of like 2 ticks or whatever the hell you cost. Heck you cost. I'm sorry, I shouldn't curse. Wish I could fix the music. That should be priority number one, so you guys can hear the sweet Def Leppard and Taylor Swift that I'm rocking out to. Now we're listening to Aerosmith. I could sing to you guys. You guys want to hear some Living on the Edge? So I could have bounced that, but I wanted to wait and use mana marginally more effectively. And like the unsummon will be able to bounce something else later. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my headset. Am I muting to anybody else? Could be my headset. My headset is very cheap. No, no fatal pusherini. Corey, that sounds to me like pure jealousy, friend. Pure jealousy. Oh, okay. My bad. I'm a little dense. He's got another? Oh, okay. Could have been worse, fam. Could have been worse. Alright, well. At some point we'll do a way to do a consistent amount, or find a way to deal a consistent amount of damage to our opponent. But until then, we're just going to cast the one that uses the most amount of mana. I'm at 15? Ooh, Chandra. Hello, fam. That Chandra was a very good draw. Tick up. Yes, I want to play this. It seems like that works. You gotta be careful about that. Things like Scarab God's messed up right now, so I had to double read the card. Like I know the card stops the Relentless Dead from triggering, but because like I saw somebody use a remove from the game desert on a Scarab God yesterday, and the Scarab God come back into play, so I wanted to read the exact wording on it to see if I thought it could even bug. Because if I even thought it could bug, I could use the unsummon. But it didn't read like it would bug. Lost Legacy. Wonder what you're going to call from this spot. That's an interesting sideboard card. You call Incendiary Flow? You got one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't have any 5-drops, so I can scry to Riddleform. That card doesn't do a whole lot. So yeah, we're in really good shape this game, team. Want to thank Boot to the Head again for hosting. We tried out one of his mono red spells brews the other night on stream if anybody feels like watching the replay, and apparently he updated it if you want to watch his replay. So you might get to see some matches of that. I don't know if he played it on his stream or not, so I guess I shouldn't say that. But he did update it, he said. I asked him. Thought it was pretty fun. I guess we'll go ahead and kill that. Not playing the extra lands because we might want to collective defiance ourselves and like cycle our lands at some point. So that becomes a 6/6, and that comes back into play. It's not enough to kill this, so that's lethal on board. Just in case I can't count. Just in case I can't count. Okay, I can count. I don't know. Could be where Dan lives. Their internet could be messed up, or could be something wrong with the code. He could be updating it. Could be like working on the code. A lot of different things. It's a good bot though, and it's free, so it's not like we're ever going to argue or complain about it. A TV show I just like has been added to Netflix. I have never heard of this TV show. Thank you for following Otro Suicidio. You wasn't the guy who got Chester today, were you? I want to thank everybody again that's viewing tonight, and I also want to thank Boot to the Head again for the sweet host. Down below, there's a link to my Twitter. If you like me and want to follow me, you can follow me there to see anytime I go live and every deck list I play. I also argue and comment on lots of things on Twitter, so it might be moderately entertaining. Unfortunately, I've deleted my porn from the Twitter, so you can't get any of that. On my Twitter, there's also a link to my YouTube, but my YouTube is completely irrelevant, and it's basically just my streams for now, but at some point it may be something else. Yeah, Caleb is rocking it tonight. He had like 1,800 viewers last I looked. I think he had 1,800. Maybe it might have been like 1,890 or something. Oh crap, I need to pull this deck list up saved. Too soon, man. Too soon. Yeah, the YouTube's kind of worthless. I keep telling people to go like follow it, but you probably shouldn't. There's really nothing on it. The Twitter's not bad though. I do things with Twitter. Oh snap. I'm playing versus this dude. Thank you. I want to improve them, but kinda computer illiterate. Yes, I spelled kinda wrong, but I'm not fixing it. I'm winning about 60% with this deck. Maybe like 62%. Not enough for me to really suggest it to people, but like it's still in the tuning stages. I don't think the sideboard's right. These Highland Lakes have been very awkward. I think I might need a 24th land. The unsummons haven't been particularly good, so it's like still in the tuning stages. I cut the crashes from the main deck, and it seemed to be running a lot better without the crashes. The Swelders have been extremely unimpressive. However, this last match, the Swelders were insane. So, like maybe I'm judging them too soon. Well, with the hand I have, I guess I'm going to try to be aggressive. Zombie seems like a particularly hard match. Oh, Lord. Alright, well, maybe I picked the wrong deck to try to be aggressive versus. Or the wrong draw to try to be aggressive versus, rather, not the wrong deck. Huh. It's working fine. The matchup details are just a little slow. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like really slow. Like for example, this popped up about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and like that was the first match we've played. So we've played an entire match and more since then, and this match was a fairly long match. So it feels like it's about 30-minute delayed, maybe 20-minute delayed. Yeah, it's not just my stream either. Like Ginger's stream, it was delayed today. Sam's stream last night, it was delayed. So it's been delayed for like 6 or 7 hours. No, I love your bot, and I'm never going to complain about a free product, even if it's not, you know, even if I was paying for it, I wouldn't expect it to be 100% perfect all the time. And the fact that it's free, I'm certainly not going to complain. Yeah, Caleb has a crap ton of viewers right now, that's for sure. I'm not actually sure what the right play is here. He's still got 3 cards in hand. He could just be going off, so I might not be able to be faster than him. But on the alternative, like, if I just kill this, I might not be able to win either. I think it's better to try to kill him. Maybe I can attack with the mage first and then see if he blocks. If he blocks, that gives me a few more decisions. I don't think he'll block. Yeah, see, like, this is still the last match. The Sirzus versus Minerva. It's just a little delayed. It's still working fine, though. I love the bot. Well, that was probably a play mistake. Because he didn't attack, I'm going to do this, which so it looks like I lost a point of damage. But depending on how he blocked was going to decide how I played this game. So that's probably poor of me. Probably very poor of me. Oh god, rip. Yeah, I repeat things a lot. My bad, man. Huh. Alright. That was a good draw. A little more confident into trying to kill him with damage plan now. Huh, I'm lagging a little. If he has a grasp, this isn't going to work, but I don't think I was going to beat the ground if he had like a grasp or something either. So I technically have close to lethal damage in play. If he has a grasp, I can't win. I don't think. Oh wow, he's attacking with a bunch this time. Interesting. Oh, Christ, man. I am not a fan of being that far ahead on the clock and then losing. Hmm. He about has to have some kind of removal spell here. I think. So I want to make the play that gives me a blocker. So even if he has a Lord, we can win next turn? He has to have like a removal spell and a Lord to kill us? Oh well, we're just dead. We're not just dead, we're at 1, right? Yeah, we're at 1. Like how I say we're just dead, then I do the math marginally better. That was an interesting game to try to figure out how I wanted to approach it. I didn't think I was going to be able to beat him on the ground because it looked like his start was just too good. We got real lucky that he didn't have a removal spell, but I don't know that trying to play the control route would have worked. Sorry if I didn't talk a whole lot that game or like expressly say what I was thinking. But to be honest, that game confused me a little bit, and I wasn't confident that the plays I was making was correct. Anyway, so in this match, I like to try to beat a control post board. Again, these Swelders have been exceptionally unimpressive every time I've ever played them, except for exactly last round. Oh, sorry about that. Had to mute. The insults I don't like very much on the draw. There's a chance that I bring them back on the play. The fevered visions I also don't like very much on the draw. There's a chance I bring them back on the play depending on how he sideboards. And I generally don't want to draw multiple Chandras because Chandra is usually just a 4-mana removal spell in this match. But like, I can't really take it out because I don't have anything else better to play. So that's one of the mistakes I have in my sideboard right now. I should be able to take this Chandra out, but there's just nothing else to put in. Yeah, I gotta rethink the sideboard a lot. I've got these in here because of the mono red match, and the mono red match hasn't been super popular. They're also good versus the monument match, and the monument match hasn't been super popular, at least not for me, but I am playing friendly leagues at the moment, so, grain of salt. But this card's not been very impressive either. Like, maybe one of these cards should be another anti-aggro card. I'm not sure. The Weaver of Lightning has a little value in this match. It can block, and it can like ping Crypt Breakers and ping the the little 2/1 that could. Chuga Chuga Chuga, the little 2/1 that could. I don't know what his name is. Maybe he'll play it on turn 1. I'll be able to say it. Yeah, this little 2/1 that could. The little Dread Wanderer. The little Chuga 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 Dread Wanderer. The basic islands have just been awkward too. This is another hand that I'm going to probably try to be aggressive with. Especially if he doesn't play anything here. Alright, he just played that. I can still beat that, I think. I have triple removal spell, so I'm not particularly worried about losing on the ground. I'm worried about losing to things like Dark Salvation. Yep, Dark Salvation. Rip. It was a risk, and we knew it, though. So I will go ahead and kill the thing this time. It gives me a trigger for that guy. He has already gotten a lot of value out of the one thing. Just gotta keep on trying to stay ahead on board. Also, don't think losing 2 points of damage there is the end of the world. Well, that was a great draw, wow. Yeah, if he's got removal spells, that's still pretty bad for me. But he may not. Fatal Push. Think it's worth it to scry? Alright, we'll leave that on top. Oh, Anagrasp. Yeah, we're dead. Not going to come back and beat that draw. And topped off with a Restless Dead. Yeah, things went from bad to super bad. Felt pretty great till we had the third removal spell. Thought I could beat 2. Not just dead, but clearly not in great shape anymore. And I'm just dead if he hit a removal. Yeah, well, we have some chance. Can't think of what our chance is, but Well, I guess we have to kill that one or we're dead. Do I want this? That doesn't do anything. I can't think of any card that does do anything, to be honest. Like, he can just get this back here. So, like, maybe if I drew Incendiary Flow into exactly Incendiary Flow, we'd have a chance. Oh, that's one Incendiary Flow. Play to our outs. So we need exactly an Incendiary Flow, probably. Well, I guess technically we're still alive. Alright, technically we're still alive. Stop this before he can get another token. And we have the out of drawing another flow. Nope. Liliana's Mastery and we out, friends. We did. Just curious if the flow would have been there. Would not have been there. Alright, so we're back on the play. He has a lot of removal still, so I'm still not sure I can beat an aggressive deck. He seems like he didn't sideboard in a particularly controlling manner. So the Fevered Missions doesn't seem wonderful. Thinking about trying one of these and seeing if they work out, but I don't really want to. I think I just have to draw my stuff and stay on the board. We're just going to run it back. This seems like a pretty difficult... This is a pretty difficult match. This is the third Zombies deck we played tonight, which is pretty rare. What do we got? So we have one land and all the cards I want. I'm not going to keep a one-lander, though. Rip. That's even worse. But he mulliganed as well, so... Alright, well, we don't have any way to deal damage, so... He put on bottom, but we're one card worse than him. If we hit, like, Riddleform into another land, that's pretty good. It's going to be a hard game to win when we're this many cards behind. He's also not casting zombies, which means he probably has a ton of removal spells. Relentless Dead. Well, we have an Incendiary Flow. Got a lot of things we need to go right for us this game. Like, first of all, we need to hit lands. Oh god, so many people followed. Thank you, McCakin. Hikachan. Dude Awesome. Samwise Stone. H2O Destroy. Gadstro. JD Upond. Gordoragus, and Papa Guinness, and Star Whore. Thank all of you guys for following. I apologize for what names got butchered. Could have used a shock there, but kind of hoping to draw a Storm Chaser Mage. There wasn't anything else that I had for 3 mana. The Fevered Visions are out of the deck, so I thought it was better to try to hit it than not. Like on this turn, however, I don't have enough mana to cast a Braid and the Storm Chaser, so I think it's better to just go ahead and a Braid. That way we have our mana open for anything that can be played. He still has 3 cards in hand. He's not playing creatures, so I'm just assuming that these are all removal spells and or lands. So probably need to do something like draw land Chandra to get back in this game. He drew another land. That may be the last land I play to try to will myself of Collective Defiance later. He hit an 8th land, so he's still 3 lands ahead of us. I guess I'll play this land. It can attack. But I probably will. I will not be playing any other non-attacking, or not lands that can attack, rather. Alright, well. We got this thing. And let's see if we can do this thing. I assume this thing's dead. But he's down to 1 card, so any of our Chandras right now are just great draws. Still have all 3 of them in the deck. That was a good draw. That'll probably get to deal some damage to us. Not just, well, I guess I will just waste a removal spell on it then. I'm not willing to waste a removal spell on it this turn. I'm just going to attack him. Alright, well, he might be out of removal. It could just be Dark Salvations now. Interesting. Alright, well, I guess I lied and I'm playing another land. If he doesn't have a removal spell here, we're getting closer to being reasonable in this match. And he's drawn 9 land to our 7, so like he's just really getting there in that regard. Or really getting got in that regard. Like, that's not his fault. He's just having a little bad luck. No, he didn't have a removal spell last turn. Clearly drew the Harvester this turn, so safe just to go ahead and bash again. So Liliana Mastery is the card we want to dodge the most right now. I'm going to save to unsummon. Willing to trade this with his Lord of the Cursed if he wants. And if he gets greedy and goes for the Bullock, he's in pretty bad shape. And we have double Collective Defiance, so we might have stove this game. There's a good chance we stove this game. He just drew very, very poorly. 3 damage to target opponent. I can't think of any instant speed way for him to gain life, but I am going to go ahead and collect Defiance that just in case there's some card I don't know about because I've not read all of the Hours cards and stuff. I don't think there's an instant way for him to gain life, but this is a just in case. Well, I guess he can't see what I wrote because you can't see things on Modo after you've closed the game or whatever. But yeah, that game 3 was super awkward. I agree. A lot of these builds, like if you see the build that got 41st at Open, plays 0 Defiances, I think. Or maybe it's the one that top 8 at the Classic. One of those two plays 0 Defiance, and Defiances been consistently the second best card in the deck for me behind Riddleform. Riddleform's just super impressed. Over and over and over and over has Riddleform impressed. It's such a card that you wouldn't expect that much out of, but like the Riddleform has been absolutely insane. It's like a Delver, but it flips more often. Thank you for following Mihog and FFVNK. I guess I should throw the deck list up. The deck list command works as well. Soul Scour has been terrible. It has not been particularly good at all. It's been just above getting cut. Like terrible speaking in hyperbole. It's been below average, but like I can't think of anything I want more than it in the spot. I would be happy to cut it if something come to mind. Like one of the problems of this deck is it doesn't have that many ways to deal consistent amounts of damage. The Thermo Alchemist isn't particularly good in the match. There's just too many decks with removal. The Firebrand Archers isn't particularly good, and if you play the Archers with Thermos and you're up to 12 2-drops, which makes your draws a little bit more awkward. It's okay versus the white-blue Monument decks because you get around Selfless Spirit, but that's about the only place that it's been good. Oh, no TGO bots on time now. Wow. So we complain and Darkfire instantly fixes it. Instantly fixes it. Have one land, have all the spells I want. I would trade any one of these spells for a second land and Snapkeep this hand, but unfortunately Magic doesn't work like that, so we have to mulligan. This hand's considerably worse, but it's a keep. Could be playing a mirror, or he could be blue-red control. The one time that we tried the one time we tried Firebrand Archer was in a more aggressive 20 land build, and that deck wasn't particularly good at all. So you might be right. Maybe we should reapproach it. But like the small sample size wasn't good, and it was in kind of a different deck. But yeah, I need to find some. Well, the White Blue Monument decks are popular enough that it might be worth the slot. I'm not sure. There is, but it walks on the ground. It's not a flyer. So need our opponent not to have a counterspell, which means we needed our opponent not to have a blue source there. Opponent has the blue source there, so Chandra's going to get counterspelled. Can't really just wait it out though, like just letting him play a draw 2 on this turn, we're going to die. But yeah, we've drawn too many cards that don't do anything in this match, so I don't think this is going to be a match that we have a particularly high chance of winning in any regard. Or a game. I shouldn't say match. I'm not very bright. So he's playing to draw 2 now. And if he's got a Magma Spray or something, he's probably going to get to kill my Fumarole. If I have a Chandra, I'll Snapcast it over attacking, but yeah, just going to attack with this. He probably has the answer, but things don't get better for us after our opponent plays a draw 2 and then like scries bottom even. Like it doesn't get better. Like now he's at Gearhulk mana if he has the land. He does have the land. He's playing a main phase Gearhulk. This is it ever right to unsummon a Gearhulk just so you can attack for 4? That doesn't sound right. Probably need to draw a Braid. Did not draw a Braid. Pretty close to dead, I guess? Pretty close to dead. I won't concede because I'm streaming, but if I wasn't streaming, I would concede this game. Opponent has 6 cards in hand, 16 life. Like, we don't really have anything going on at all. And opponent keeps playing main phase stuff, so I don't think he knows what deck I'm playing, so that kind of makes me want to concede on top of that. Yeah, I'm just going to concede. Well, that didn't work out particularly well. Alright, anyway. So the spells come in. The negates come in. I actually think these come in because the back half of them are good and the first half of them can hit Gear Hulks. The shocks aren't good. The unsummons aren't great, but the unsummons are okay. Like, these aren't good. In games that you're attacking, you're typically winning anyway. The braids are okay. Like, the shocks and unsummons are just not great. What do we got here? Braid's great too? Yeah, Braid's great. Unsummons are okay if he's bringing in Thing in the Ass, but I assume he's just not bringing in Thing in the Ass. They're also okay versus Glory Bringers. If we get to game 3 and we saw either a Thing in an Ass or a Glory Bringer, I'll bring the Unsummons back in. I don't really have anything I want to cut for them. The issue though, I'd be cutting like 2 Incendiary Flows, which Incendiary Flows aren't great, so maybe they're worth cutting, but you have to have some type of instance to trigger the Riddleforms, or some types of spells, rather, to trigger the Riddleform. We shall play. This hand's pretty good. We'll keep it and hope we draw a land. Lead with a mountain because I actually think he thinks we're some kind of blue control deck anyway, so. Or island. I don't think it affects anything that he can do. Alright, well, if he didn't know what we're playing, he knows now and the cat's out of the bag. Hopefully he doesn't have a sensor or a negate, but if he does have a sensor or a negate, at least the riddle will do damage. I actually think I made a play mistake that turn. I think I should have cast a Wandering Fumarole. Yeah, that was a play mistake by me. I don't think it's worth casting Divisions when we have to Dispel. I'll put pretty much anything on the bottom that's not a land. Because of my play mistake. Again, I'm not going to cast a Mage either. Yep, that was a pretty bad punt for me. I should have played the Fumarole last turn. Now he has the possibility of having 2 counter spells. Pretty bad mistake. Putting anything on the bottom that's not a land. I'll put the land on top, that way it can't be like a negate and a sensor. It has to be double negate. Or like dissolve the spell, but you know, it's got to be 2 hard counters. It can't be a sensor is what I'm trying to say. Yes, you're a creature. You're a counterspell. So this is the play I should have made last turn. I just played very poorly. It actually cost me 4 points of damage. It cost me 4 points of damage and 2 cards in my hand, which I think my cards are more valuable than his cards, so that was a pretty bad play mistake. Pretty bad indeed. Fam. My cards are definitely more valuable than his cards, though, so that was definitely a pretty large play mistake. So there's a Chandra. It probably doesn't resolve, but it's certainly what I'm going to try to resolve. I'll also Incendiary Flow his face if given the opportunity. Alright, opponent conceded. He didn't have a counterspell, I guess. Or he just sideboarded entirely wrong. I don't know. Anyway. So he didn't show us anything, but we showed him things. I'm actually going to bring 1 Unsummon the hedge in over 1 Flow, which seems pretty ridiculous by me. This is not a competitive league because, quite frankly, I'm not positive this deck is competitive yet. Like, I'm still tuning the deck, and I'm not positive it's competitive at all. I typically play competitive leagues. We're playing a deck that I was sure was at least tier 2. We would be playing a competitive league. DV and competitive and friendly aren't really that different right now either. Thank you for following MPKITJ. This hand's just bad. We have to mulligan. Too many 4-drops versus a counterspell deck doesn't seem reasonable. This hand's also bad. I disagree with that, sick bro. I think I play a lot worse decks here. The shocks I didn't. The shocks are in the sideboard. I didn't bring them in. The shocks. I sided the shocks out. I guess I'll keep this hand. It's not particularly good. I don't want that. Need to draw visions at some point. Riddle doesn't do a whole lot on this board. This is a standard deck. Boats aren't legal. Boat's not legal in this format. Just not going to play the Riddleform here. It doesn't do anything anyway. And I don't want to get censored. Have no way to really trigger it to attack, so it doesn't really do much. I don't even think it's good enough to protect. Like, if he wants to counterspell it, I'm pretty sure I just let him counterspell it. And saved it a spell to try to protect from a Glimmer or from him counterspelling to Chandra. Kefnet. Alright, well, we're going to resolve our thing, but he's going to be able to attack and kill our thing. So if I play the Chandra, he draws a card for 5 on the turn, draws a card, puts a thing in his hand, and he just kills the Chandra. So playing the Chandra doesn't even do anything. It sets him back a land, but like, that doesn't do anything. We don't have a way to stop him from ever resolving the Chandra either. Or, sorry, don't have a way to ever stop him from resolving the Mindful either. Just have to draw him out of cards at some point. The card's very good. We have one unsummon in the deck, which might let us be able to resolve a Chandra or something, but without drawing a Fevered Visions, we're in super bad shape right now, and even if we draw Fevered Visions, we're in super bad shape right now. I actually kind of think I'm just dead on board. I think he just played this on like turn 4 and the game's over. Well, I think the game's just over. No, we have nothing. And even if we got rid of it, like if we bounced it or something, he just played. I'm going to play the Chandra literally to gain 5 life. Or to try to gain 5 life. Chandra's not going to resolve. If he plays a Gear Hulk, I'm just going to scoop. It's not a Gear Hulk. And we dead, boys. That was a pretty crush. I guess it depends on what you consider Tier 1 and Tier 2 decks. Today, that was our 9th league. We've played versus Blue-Red once. We played versus Mono-Black Zombies twice. The Blue-Black Zombies deck that 5-0'd once. We played versus Teamer Emerge, Teamer Energy. It gains 5 life. Like, I was just playing it to try to gain 5 life. I literally can't beat the Kefnet. I mean, I can't beat the Kefnet from that board state. Maybe if I'd got a faster draw, I could have. But I couldn't beat it from that board state. What else did we play? I don't remember what our other matches were. But yeah, we got pretty wrecked there. I feel pretty reasonable about that matchup too in general. So we're gonna play first. One land hand mulligan. So 23 land deck. So we'll keep this. Put the land on top. So I kind of want to draw a land. What are we playing here? We're playing versus probably Mardu vehicles if they're playing a courtyard, which is very bad for us. That is not a good match. They're more aggressive than us. Much more aggressive than us. And they have Fatal Pushes. Fatal Pushes is just really good versus the deck that has to activate things with that to win. Well, the vehicles decks are vehicles decks. So, really want to draw a land here. Drew a land here. Alright, well. Let's see if we can somehow sneak a win out of this. Not sure what it takes to get this win. A good start would be another land. Another untapped land on our draw step. Untapped land for Daddy? Or him not having a fatal push, I guess, is somewhat good. Well, I did not get the untapped land, so I have more shocks in the deck than I do unsummon, so it's better to leave the mountain untapped. No fatal push, and we still have a pretty decent chance here. Alright. Well, we're not just dead. Gideon would be bad for me. Alright, so he's the red build. Nahiri's not good for me either. Can kill the Nahiri though. So think it's okay to kill Nahiri on this draw step? Yeah. I think it's fine to kill that Nahiri. Got to play this guy first. This guy second to get a Prowess trigger. Need to draw well. Shock would have been good there. That's a pretty good draw there. So Murder Boat is really good here. Pretty much need an unsummon, I think, type effect now. Unsummon or shock's what I really need. That's neither of them. Alright, well. Escalate with 3 modes. Will myself kill this, deal 3 damage to him. If he has a murder boat, we're in really bad shape. If he doesn't have a murder boat, We're not dead? Unless he has something else to go with it? Yeah, so he has a murder boat. Interesting. I would have killed the Riddle, I think. Or I would have waited till I attacked, maybe. Yeah, Riddle wants to be a dude. And we missed Mist, so we're dead on board unless we hit here. And even if we hit here, he has a lot of outs. I guess I have to attack. I have 4 wins, 2 possible redraws depending on what's in his hand. But we have 4 wins. That's not one of them, so we're dead. We're dead on board. If I hadn't done the 2 damage to the Nahiri, we'd have still died because the Nahiri would have killed the Riddlestorm or Divisions, or the Riddleform or Divisions a long time ago. So the 2 damage didn't affect anything. Had a lot of draws at it there. Could have drew an unsummon as well. So we had 3 draw steps. Well, we had our draw step for the turn too. So we had 4 draw steps to draw 1 of 6. But I had to kill the Nahiri, unfortunately. 2 cards down would have been enough. Oh well. So Braids are definitely good in this match. Bite of Force is pretty decent in this match. I actually think the Weavers are reasonable in this match because they can kill Motorists if they play them. They can kill the little 1/1 that turns into the 3/2, and they can kill Pia tokens if Pia tokens are in the deck. They can also let my shocks like double up to kill things like Shambling Vents, or they can let like an Incendiary Flow double up to kill an Avacyn or to like finish off things. I think he has enough removal that the insults aren't actually wonderful in this match. I actually think the unsummons are okay, but not great. Don't know what to sideboard out. I don't think the Chandras are good. No, they don't ever sideboard that crap out. I don't think Chandras are very good. So I'll play first. We have no blue mana, so I have to mulligan. Hand just doesn't do anything. I guess it's a keep. We can handle a Harvester and we can handle a Toolcraft. This isn't the match that you'd sideboard those out versus though, because going to control route's not going to win this match, I don't think. You sideboard those out when you're bringing in Fumigates and stuff, but like you're not bringing in Fumigates and Planeswalkers versus this deck. Or you shouldn't be, I don't think. Oh, needed to hit a blue source, didn't hit a blue source. Alright, never mind. I guess he become the control deck in a match that I don't think you can beat a control deck, but I'm not getting to play Magic because I didn't draw land, so it doesn't matter what he did. Absolutely positive I would run over the Planeswalker package. Anyway, it looks like we're going to get a pity chest. He took a Bite of Force. Oh, we hit a blue source. Just probably not on time. Thank you for following Yannick Leak and not wanna T_T. Appreciate it. Sure. Don't care about that thing. Would like to draw an island. Did not draw an island. Well, if he plays a Gideon, any untapped land kills a Gideon. Well, I'm going to assume, based on that he's got a removal spell, but I don't care if he kills my Riddleform. He's always going to have the removal spell. It's not like it gets better for me. Still lets me kill Gideon if he plays it. Really want to draw visions. Alright, what's he got going on here? A heretic? Okay, that's fine. This uses my mana most effectively, and he knows that I have this card, so we go ahead and hit this and hit him. Can still kill Gideon, can still kill Heart. If he's not going to draw land, Chandra would have been great. Chandra would have been great. I'll say he still has them. He still has them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I get one more attack off, this is lethal, so probably just going to spin the first one at his head. Willing to take one hit to see if we can win. Because like if he plays the Gideon, we just win on board. Having a Braid if he tries to play like a Heart of Kieran to block with or something. Really want him to tap his mana though. Well, that's some of your mana. That is not all of your mana. Think it's still worth it to just ignore what he's got going on? I guess I could have braid one of these guys. Braiding one of those guys is probably fine. I take less damage. Sure. Might as well see if he has a removal spell now. That was actually a play mistake, because now he could cast like Deck and Stone. Yeah, on hindsight, this was really, really bad. Yep, on hindsight, that was really, really bad. I played so bad. I knew the second I did it that it was bad. Knew the second I did it it was bad. And now I'm just pretty close to dead on board because I played that bad. Absolutely amazing that I'm that bad. That was the worst play I've made tonight. So that's a Gideon. So he left a blocker back. A second blocker. So the Wandering Fumarole can't get in. Have a lot of outs. Rip. That was instantly a mistake. Still have a lot of outs if he doesn't have removal spell. If he has removal spell, I'm clearly just dead. Attacks with the Shambling Vents, I'm pretty close to dead too. I'd probably Ultimate Gideon and attack with everything, but I'm not a great player, so that could be way wrong. So I have to find a way to live this turn. If I take this, I'm just dead. Oh wow, I'm not just dead if he makes that block. I don't have an out, but I'm not just dead. Psycho block here, take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He goes to 7. Yeah, I don't have an out, do I? Even if I kill this, I don't have enough mana to draw a +3, so... Yeah, I'm dead. Can't think of a way to win. Well, I'm not dead. You know, to save 2 points of damage, getting another turn's not the issue. Being able to win on the next turn's the issue. Like, I'm not dead. I'm not dead on board even without doing that. I'm just saying that, like, I don't have an out because I can't deal 7 damage with any draw step. The most I can do at all 6. Alright, we're dead. I punted pretty badly. Rip. That's kind of a discouraging way to end the night, so that means I'm probably going to play another one, but let's open this pity chest first. Pity chest, friends. What do we get? We get cards that aren't worth anything. Will of Fate and a Catacomb? This will be standard legal at some point. Alright, I guess I'm going to play one more. There's a lot of people here tonight. Might as well run it back. Screw it. Let's see if we can play versus a little bit more competitive decks. Got quite a few people in here though, so logging off seems kind of bad since I rarely have anybody in here. Again, if anybody cares, you can look down below and there's a link to my Twitter. My Twitter, every time I go live, and I post all my deck lists. Thank you for following Zigzag Pevi, Verticans, Mixilus 20 Ilm, and Mado Goad. We will play first. Sand's fine. It's nothing special. This is a competitive league for the guy who was insulting me earlier. Well, I guess he didn't say anything insulting. He just asked. I don't know who it was. Ah, it's this guy. This is a competitive league just for you, friend. You're welcome. I'm sure you care so much, but you're still welcome. Mountain, mismatch lands, already tacky, friend. Let's get some, friends. Take that damage. Boy. Promo Efferhub. I wonder what you get those for on Moto. Rip Sun Chaser or Storm Chaser Mage? Yep. Uses all his energy almost. So that's not too bad. What? The Fumarole doesn't die. It's still a 4-1. It still does 2 damage to it. I would have had to flip the Fumarole and then use the Shock. And then I still don't have a card that can let me deal 5 damage for 1 card. Like, I could have stopped him from gaining the 2 life. I still just couldn't have killed him, though. Yeah, but I'd have to do all that, but I could have stopped it from gaining the 2 life, but I still didn't have a card in my deck that lets me deal 5 damage for 1 card. Hey, little dude. Ooh, that was a good draw. Kind of just want to offer him this trade and save this to guarantee to get a trigger next turn. I don't. In his graveyard, he's got creature, land, instant sorcery. So if he's got an untapped land and an Ishkana, we lose anyway. I think I'm fine with trying to trade that. I don't think I care about him drawing cards. He doesn't have time to draw cards. He still hasn't played the mountain he showed us earlier. We didn't play around Elder Deep Fiend this way, but so that might have been something to think about. May should have played around Deep Fiend. But if we missed and didn't flip, playing around Deep Fiend didn't help a whole lot. So that flips things. That's probably enough to win the game, even if he has Deep Fiend. Alright, I guess I'll put that on top then. That flips my stuff. Yes. He's lightning to survive this turn with flow. Yeah. He's got to have something this turn, and if he has something this turn, the visions probably can kill him before the game is over. Alright. Well, he didn't have a second lightning, so that's good for us. Alright, so post board. Again, I like these versus the Elder Deep Fiend decks. I do not like these on the draw. That's pretty much the only swap I like to make in this match. I feel like I'm fairly favored versus this match. I really need to go get a drink and use the restroom, but I know the second I get up, even if I'm just going 2 minutes, everybody's leaving. I have no graham crackers tonight, by the way. So if anybody knows me, that's I'm kind of snippy, not in a great mood, on a diet, don't have any graham crackers, not real happy about it. Thank you for following D Dark Shadows, Space Cowboy, Monica84, and Mel Kiffmer. And Cameron V, I appreciate it. I assume most of you are bots because people don't really follow me that aren't bots. But I appreciate it nonetheless. It says there's 58 people in here. I still think it's mostly bots, but we did get that fatty host from Boot to the Head earlier, so who knows? You guys could be real people. You could exist. I don't know. This 700 Storm Chaser Mage draw is pretty cool. I actually like those cards in this match a pretty good amount. They typically only play one Graph Widow, so like these little dudes generally can deal a decent amount of damage. I'm definitely a bot. There's 58 people in here. I should really spam my Twitter and my YouTube, but like, nah, that's effort. Nobody wants to go to those places. Nobody wants to go or see those things. This would be a great turn to draw a Spirebluff Canal. Us robots are people too. So I could play around Elder Deep Fiend. I'm not going to play around Elder Deep Fiend. I'm pretty sure if I just kill this, I'm in the same situation I am next turn, so I'd better get some stuff on the board while I can. And one Elder Deep Fiend's not going to affect this game much anyway. He'd have to be chaining them. Like 2 or 3 would. One's not. We actually have outs to Elder Deep Fiend as well, because we could just like draw and unsummon on one turn. Alright, no Elder Deep Fiend. Big time, friends. Big time. Come on, feel the noise. Ooh, that's kind of a cool draw. Another Storm Chaser Mage. Let's get across the table for a little bit of damage. I guess it's worth killing this. Mostly just for the Prowess trigger. Oh, he negated me. Nagaruto! Alright. We still have the 2 unsummons, so even if he starts the Elder Deep Fiend chain now, we're not necessarily just dead. We can still draw a card that I don't know what's named. Can still draw a this thing. Refuse and cooperate if he was Elder Deep Fiend chaining. Let's go ahead and close that since I played terrible. Let's go ahead and close that too, because none of that stuff should still be up. Alright, well, I guess he could fail to find? I don't know. I have a lot of damage next turn. So he's going to be at 9. So this card's going to need he's going to need like a Harness Lightning or another Nagetaru. Storm Chaser. Sure, we'll go for the head. Always yield. I think teamer decks are actually pretty good. I guess that was a play mistake. I should have played a mountain to see if I drew one of the 4 shocks. Like, there's some percentage chance to draw the shocks. He's got to beat a lot of different things down. We have a pretty high life total. Alright, can't beat a lot of different things. Alright, well, I think Emerge is one of our best matches. Especially when they don't just go off. Alright, fine. I'll throw the deck list up, and then I'll tell people to go follow my Twitter. You guys should go follow my Twitter. You get to see every time I go live. And all the deck lists I play, and me argue and comment on tons of things, because I obviously am an old man, and I think that everybody's wrong but me at all times. Thank you for following RaiseFist87 and Connex71. Appreciate it. We getting our Riddleform on, boys. So I thought that card was called Riddlestorm for like the first 2 days I played the deck. Because I'm illiterate. Also thought Prowess, or Prowess was Prowless with an L, which isn't even a word for like ever now. Because I only buy Mogged, he's a solid player. I only buy foreign cards and papers, so I never really know what cards are called, and I only vaguely know what they do. This hand's a keep, but it's not great. Mogg's probably the type of person that's playing some kind of teamer thing. Swamp. I guess he's not playing some kind of teamer thing. Robot says Prowlers is... No, not Prowlers. Prowess. I guess I get my little donatey thingy uppy. Nice. Well, I guess I don't care about that card, but I'm still going to shock it, just so I can attack. I'm not even going to shock it. That's just dumb. Let's get across the table for a point of damage, boys. Actually, it's probably fine to shock it. Plays around Blossoming Defense if we shock it. That being said, I'm still not shocking it. I'd rather shock like a Rishkar this turn. I'd much rather shock a Rishkar and he'll just kill my dude. Yeah. That's what I would rather shock. Because I don't put any value in my mage at all. My mage has already done more than it deserves. If it somehow gets him to get rid of a walking ballista, it's done way more than it deserves. He could have had a Blossoming Defense there because this already had a counter on it, but... which would have been stone awful for me. Just stone awful. You gonna kill my little mage? Don't kill my little mage. Yeah, he killed my little mage. I'm actually happy he killed my little mage because that makes Chandra a better play now. So like the Chandra may do something now. It turned out rather well for us. Uh-oh. Alright, well that's not good for us. He probably just kills Chandra if I play it. I guess there's a non-zero chance. I mean, if I don't play Chandra and he has anything, I'm just dead anyway, right? So I have to try to get lucky. I think I have to try to get lucky. Cause like if he has a Verdus Gearhulk or like a creature and a pump spell or a Bristling Hydra, me just passing and doing nothing's not getting me anywhere. Alright, well, that one didn't do anything. I mean, it did some things, but it didn't do... it didn't kill me, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I have to find a way to live 2 turns. Pretty much have to hit an unsummon. Ooh, maybe I don't have to hit an unsummon. Maybe an untapped land and this insult will do it. Untapped land and insult, maybe? So he's going to 9 and I'm taking 10. I'm wrecked, friends. I don't really have many outs here, do I? Really needed an untapped land there. What can we do then? Well, I guess we can start with this. If he has a fatal push, we don't win. I mean, if he has a fatal push, we don't win. I know the insult makes the Riddleform do 6. I'm trying to think of ways to win through a fatal push. Like, I don't just want to go for the win if I can think of another line that gives me another turn. Could just play the Storm Chaser Mage, maybe? And block? Uh, Storm Chaser Mage still dies to Fatal Push, doesn't it? Because, like, if he gives this guy trample, or he can give this guy +2/+0, and then we could kill it. I think I like playing the Storm Chaser Mage. And then trying to kill him on the following turn. Gives us an opportunity to draw an unsummon as well. That's another line. Could cast just the insult, kill this and kill this, and try to attack for 6. I'm thinking Yon Yon's Son is the best line. Kind of like removing all of their stuff from the board. Removing all of their stuff from the board about guarantees they take an additional 4. And if they don't have, it'll activate this, and if they don't have a removal spell, we still win the next turn with the back end of injury. Yeah, that's probably the best line. Can also just cast the injury and attack and then make a decision. Yeah, this is definitely the best line, I think. We get the attack first too, so like if he doesn't have the fatal push, we just win. Alright, so he has the fatal push, so I'm glad we didn't go for the win. I'm glad that we took our time and really thought about that turn. It may not affect the outcome at all, but I think we pretty much had to play that out. So now he needs another removal spell on the following turn as well. If he has a removal spell, we can draw a burn, and it's still fun. So he tapped mana and then he untapped mana, so there's about no chance that he doesn't have another removal spell. He tapped his black and he specifically untapped his black, so there's a absurdly high chance that he has a Grasp of Darkness. He's thinking pretty hard about the mana he uses here. We got to draw 2 more cards too, just unfortunately the 2 cards didn't matter in this situation. Oh wow, he's dumping his hand so he doesn't take the damage. So we can still draw an unsummon. Well, we couldn't have won last turn with any line, so this is fine. And that card's a stone brick here. Does literal nothing. So, what can we do now? We can't kill the cub. So we have to just draw an unsummon and him have nothing? Maybe even 2 unsummons? Yep, that's the only thing I see. If we did untapped land last turn, we were lethal through to Fatal Push. Double Unsummon will still win even if he has a Grasp. But we need 2 Grasps, or we need 2 Unsummons out of 3 draws. We hit 1. Unfortunately, 1's not enough. I guess 1 might be enough. Yep, figured we needed to. Figured we needed to because there was a good chance he had a creature. I'm not going to show him to unsummon. Yeah, but as soon as I bounce this to his hand, he just pumps this. And we die anyway. So I think it's better just not to even show him to unsummon. Yeah, I think it's better just not to show him to unsummon. We played to our outset game, though. I actually felt really good about that game. I'm surprised we lost. Anyway, I think this is good in this match. We're on to play, so I think these are still good. I think the Braids are still good in this match. I don't like the Chandras in this match much at all. We were pretty close that game. We were 1 untapped land away from winning. I think we took good lines down there at the end. I think Yun Yun Sun's line was just very, very good. I do not know if I would have thought of that on my own. Play first. His hand's not particularly good, but I think it's good enough to keep. It will not take the Ronus out of combat now. I want all the 2 drops on the play. For sure. Yeah, well, at least we get to deal 1 damage. Mog's a very good player, by the way. So if he has a snake here, we can abrade it. If he doesn't have a snake here... I think I'm just going to attack for 1. We got this Baral's Expertise that we're drawing to. If we draw an untapped land next turn, the Collective Defiance does a lot. If he taps all his mana for like a Rish Kana or something like that, we can use the Unsummon. I can get rid of a blocker. So Walking Ballista for 1. I don't think that's anything I care about. Well, that land was not on time. Yeah, so we'll just attack. If he has a Blossoming Defense or something to make the Ballista bigger, we'll kill it in response and not worry about it. Now he looks like he's a pretty... He's probably not on Ishkana if he's playing this card. This card generally means you're not going to go that big. Well, go ahead and make him waste a counter. So he's going to give these 2, which would let him kill this thing. So I'm going to go ahead and destroy target artifact on this to save our guy. Could have Blossoming Defense. I guess I'm fine with unsummoning it again. This is terrible for me. pretty terrible for me. I have no way to deal a consistent amount of damage. I really need to draw like a land and a. I need to draw a land and a what you call on the same draw step, which is just impossible. I'm pretty sure this game's over. I didn't have any good lines that last game return. I guess I could have abraded on my turn. Or abraded in response to the Ishkar or the Rishkar. They would have both did something. Alright, so it didn't matter. He had a fatal push anyway. Really need a land and a Fevered Visions to have a chance. Alright. I guess I'll kill that thing. Double fatal push. Wrecked. Wrecked, son. We're getting beat by a guy that's not drawing lands too, so he's even embarrassing us. That's a good one. Well, I thought this Brawl's expertise was going to be insane this game, but like, yeah, it hasn't been. It hasn't been, friends. And we're dead on board now. Well, I guess I'll make him do it, but we're dead on board. Wrecked. Wrecked, boys. I don't know what I could have done much differently that game other than kill the dude when I killed it, but then he would have still had a Rishkana. Thank you for following, Jasmine Chin, Kobe was here, Yan Yunsun, S.Y. Birdland, Bob Flop 1212, and Hylop? Yeah. Okay, this hand's not good. But I do believe it's a solid keep. Yeah, it's very threat light versus decks of removal. It's not even good for me to kill this card. He'll have time to bring it back in this game. But like, I don't want to just take damage turn after turn. The deck only has like 12 threats in it. Versus matches that have a lot of removal, you're like super relying on drawing Fevered Visions, or you just don't compete if you don't. So if he's playing to build with Fault Not Seer, we can at least kill Fault Not Seer with whichever threat he leaves behind. That little thing's annoying. He's got these lands in place, so I pretty much have to tick up. I can't even kill the Bomat, I don't think. Just have to hope he can't deal 5 damage to it. What kind of changes did you make? Oh, and he's got a hazard? Yeah, we lose this game too, it looks like, unless we draw an unsummon. Probably lose this game too, unless we draw an unsummon. Stop him from drawing a few cards, because that would have let Hazoret attack. Well, Hazoret can attack anyway. Goodbye, Chandra. Oh, those were his? Those were his remaining cards in that board state. That's absolutely mind-blowing to me. And we missed on even drawing a spell to activate the Riddleform. I usually have Manglehorn. Is Manglehorn better than Riddle? Alright, so we're dead here. That doesn't do anything. That. So we're going to take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that doesn't do anything either. I don't like the Trowazil builds of this deck. Trowazil's fine, but Cartouche is terrible. I don't know why you would ever want to play Cartouche. Anyway, so let's get these out of the deck. And Chandra's clearly not good here either. They don't have very many instant speed removals, so getting a Riddleform down early is extremely good versus them. I don't have answers to gods in my deck. My deck just... This is the second time a god's been cast on us and I'm just dead. Would I like to play first? Yes. Would I like to keep this hand? Not really. Thank you for following Sick Bro Plo and Clorox Hombre. I don't really want this hand, but I guess I'll keep it. It's So Scour Mage and multiple burn spells kill a god. Multiple burn spells. I have no clean answer to it. Oh, Earthshaker Kenya is great. I think the Cartouche build of this deck is pretty medium, though. I think if you're going to play this deck, you should definitely be playing the Job build. Just any deck with the proper amount of removal crushes this. Like, Black-Green should crush that deck. Teamer should crush that deck, for example. Two. I feel like I'm favored versus that deck, but I've not drawn any shocks either game, so. Still technically ahead on damage at the moment. A Hazard. Don't have to worry about that Hazard at least. Hey, there's a shock. I don't think so. I think the fact just that I could play a turn 1 and 2 blocker if I wanted to was enough to keep it. Save and done summon to get rid of a blocker if need be. So it's a Glorybringer. Can let the Glorybringer attack if I want. I don't think there's any reason to let it attack. This makes him block with the Kenya or die, which puts him at 3, which gives him a bad next turn, and lets any burn spell we draw be a lethal attack or a lethal card. Well, that's not a lethal card, but it kind of is in a way. All right. Well. Activate this, he has to block this. His guy dies for 3. We still have plenty of life and a braid for the following turn. So if he just casts Glorybringer, he dies to the land again. He casts a bunch of blockers and stuff. We have our attacker still. So he's still just dead to this. Alright, so I guess he's got to have some kind of shock spell as well. So that's a Beaumont. Alright. So that means Hazoret can block as well, but I'm fine with that. Deal 3 damage to target opponent. Hazoret's very good. Job's build should probably be playing a second Hazoret and not that card. Or not Fault Not Seer. Anyway, so... Still just can't really deal with Hazoret. Just have to try to get my Riddleforms out and be quicker than him, I think. I think one of the easier ways to beat this Riddlestorm deck is being more aggressive than it. Thank you for following, Chanunnun31. Appreciate it. Well, game 3, no lands. Mulligan. And this hand is absolutely terrible, but we'll keep it. Have a way to deal with his first couple threats. Maybe we'll have drawn something that matters before the game's over, but probably not. On the draw, I probably should have sideboarded this out and brought Chandra back in. I'm not sure. Pretty sure this card's not going to do anything this game, though. Don't like killing that thing. Doesn't really help me. That was a good draw. Would have been good a turn or two earlier. Doesn't have a whole lot of things that kill them. Unfortunately, he does have enough things that kill them. Like, for example, a Braid would kill this right now and make this card do nothing. I think I'm just going to attack for 1. Hope he doesn't have Glorybringer. Alright, so he had to Braid. We made the right choice there. So there's Earth Shaker Kenya. We take 2 and we're sad about it. I think it's fine just to attack with this guy here. No, F6ing's typically always wrong. Yeah, insult's a sorcery, but F6ing in general is pretty wrong. Don't care if he has a spell. I made that play because I'm actually trying to get a spell to keep the Storm Chaser Mage alive, so... Well, he didn't play a Glorybringer last turn, and for some reason I don't think he would have held a Glorybringer and not just dealt 4 damage to me. So, we're going to do what we can do. If he's got a Glorybringer and we lose this, we're kind of sad. Oh, it's a Hazoret, so we dead. We real dead. Have no out now. Don't think we have any out anyway. So... can attack for 2, put him at 14. Next turn we can play this. We would attack for 10, so if we draw a shock we would win. Do I really play just to draw a shock? Playing just to draw a shock seems fairly loose. Don't think we have any other outs but to play for the shock though. The problem with this is if he has an untapped land, he still just wins because of the Earthshaker Kenya in his graveyard. So, like, I can't think of what he could draw and us win. But I'm certainly not winning blocking, so. So if he has a land, we're dead. If he has like 2 creatures in his hand, we have a chance. If he has a burn spell in his hand that costs. Oh wow, he couldn't play his 2 cards. Why couldn't he play his 2 cards? What did he just do? He went to his attack phase and kept those 2 cards in his hand. So now we have another chance to draw an unsummon. That's not an unsummon. So I'm dead on board. I have to play for the unsummon. I wonder if I cycle myself to draw 2 with the Wild Collective Defiance. Why would you leave Cartouche in versus the deck that runs as mono removal? Alright, we did. I don't know why you'd even leave the Cartouche sideboarded in versus me. It was very good in that match. It done an additional 6 damage, but I don't think it's good. It does literal nothing on any other creature in his entire deck. And I have unsummoned, so it doesn't always do things on that creature. He smashed us. That's cool. That match was pretty. I don't have any decks that beat mono red. Thanks for following Akino Hamjima, XX HopeX122, and Franco Cefalio. I am absolutely confident a lot of you guys are bots. Throw the deck list up. Guess I'll move these so we can see them all now. Or I could have done that. Yeah, we'll go back to where we were then. Green black does beat mono red. I believe green black beats mono red. I believe Teamer Energy beats mono red. I believe the control decks that play 1-drop removals beat mono red. I think my deck loses to mono red pretty hard, but it beats the non-Hazoret builds. I think he should be going bigger. Like, if he goes bigger and doesn't play the cartouches and stuff, I have 0 chance. But mono red beats both Pummeler and mono red beats this deck, so the 2 decks that I'm mostly playing right now, mono red crushes both of them. I actually stopped playing Pummeler because mono red's so good versus it. I don't pummel anymore because of that. Trust me, I wish we was still pummeling, friends. Pummeling's my bae. I have 60 people in here, which means I don't really want to log out. Just want to stay here and talk to you 60 people. But then again, like, I could go watch Game of Thrones and ignore you 60 people, and that would be fun. Even if I don't really like Game of Thrones. I like the last couple seasons a lot. I think I need a Force Chandra in the deck. I don't want to play a deck that beats mono red. They're not fun. Like, I don't want to play black green energy, and I don't want to play Teamer energy. I did want to play Gunner's Brew. I have been paired from my league match. Well, I thank you. Oh, another very strong player. We'll play first. And this hand's great. This hand's everything I want. Pretty strong player. He mulliganed. Honestly, Startled Awakes cost too much. Playing mono red, stop that. Got a good hand versus mono red though. It's pretty hard for him to beat Riddle. The Millstone decks are fun. If I wasn't too cheap to buy Startled Awakes and Fraying Sanities, I might try some Millstone decks. Hello, Kenya. How are you today? So I probably can't outrace him. Did you expect anything else from Megaphone? He has to be on mono red or like some kind of red black deck, right? At all times. Every night and day. Man, his draw was lit for a mulligan. That mulligan was sick. Alright, well, we just keep on keeping on. Don't have any instants, so we have to just keep attacking. He's going to play Land Hazoret, and we're going to pick up our cards. Oh, he's got the desert to make a sweet little blocker. Well, he didn't play Land Hazoret, I guess. Take this thing up. Yes. It's technically a player. I probably should have played the island first and left a different source of mana untapped. We're technically outracing him, and if he plays anything that kills the Chandra, we might be able to attack with the Fume. Oh god, Glorybringer main deck? Rip. So what's our outs now? Collective Defiance? Collective Defiance is best draw in deck. So Collective Defiance. That's not a Collective Defiance. That's enough to win the game though. We did it, fam. So we'll make you a dude. We'll switch your toughness. We'll shock you. We did it, fam. We did it, fam. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. We did it, fam. I've died to that zombie land. I still think all this stuff's pretty good versus them. We'll take the insults out on the play, or on the draw. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick and grab a drink. I'll be gone less than 2 minutes. So what you're saying, Corey, is that the professional Magic players made the changes I told you it needed to make. Anyway, don't save, keep. Well, we'd like to draw a mountain. That's not a mountain. Toot. Hey, Dong Diggity. What's up, man? How are you today? Alright, well, I gotta try to be a little bit more controlling this game because A, I don't have lands, B, it's too easy for him to kill my Storm Chaser Mage, and C, I was on the draw to begin with. So just a number of things. Well, that was very good for me. Seems like he's F6'd. But that's the play I had to make either way. Didn't really change anything. A Hazoret would be insane here. Well, not insane, but it'd be good. Oh wow, he threw damage to my head. I'm going to assume that means there's glory about to be brought. I'm going to assume that means glories are coming. Could just means that he has 3 burn spells. Alright, well, your glory. We got that trick one time, friends. One time. If he has a land, we're taking 4 damage, and there's really nothing we can do about it in the whole deck. He's got another Glory Bringer. Things could be worse. Anything that he has that has haste other than Hazoret gives our dude unblockable anyway, so. Oh, he put us at 6. 6 ain't dead. But 6 also ain't where we want to be. Wasteland one time. So unless we're just dead, we do have outs. So we're dead to an untapped land, but we were dead to an untapped land anyway. There's nothing we could do. He didn't see it. Oh wow, there's not one in his graveyard. Never mind. Ignore everything I said about an untapped land. I didn't... For some reason I thought he cast 2 this game, but he had it the other game. Well, he's got to use his mana to even stay alive. Alright, well, he's staying alive. So he's got a lot of draws, and we have a Chandra. But we had to go for it. We couldn't leave blockers because he's got the runes in play, and he was going to do 2 damage on our turn, 2 damage on his turn. I really thought he had the Earthshaker. I don't think being mistaken and him not having the Earthshaker changed literal any of my plays. So it didn't affect the game, but it's still an oversight by me. I got confused, I guess, when I went to the restroom and was thinking that this was an Earthshaker game, even though this was a game that I hadn't even started when I went to the restroom. Anyway, so playing for a pity chest. Hopefully we'll get there. Alright, man. See you at the shop tonight. Oh, by the way, thank Corey for our great BRB sign. We appreciate it. Thank you, Corey. Corey is my graphics designer. If anybody needs any work done, you can go to Corey. I kid, by the way. Corey's actually really good at graphics, and he keeps wanting to help me, but I keep telling him that I live my life 1 mile at a time, and I don't have time to get this stuff fixed. Taking the time to set up my stream and make it pretty would cut into my Netflix time. And my Netflix time is very important. Anyway, so I guess since there's like a million of you bots here tonight, that I should tell you to click and follow my Twitter if you want. My Twitter has all the deck lists I play and when I go live. On top of that, you'll probably get to see me make all sorts of comments, generally negative at people. I get banned from people on Twitter all the time because I'm not a good human being, etc., etc. There's also a link to my YouTube on my Twitter, which there should be a link to my YouTube below, but I'm lazy. But there's nothing, my Twitter does not have nudes. I specifically deleted all the porn that I followed on my Twitter before I started linking people to it. I lost 15 people when I went to pee, by the way. So I gotta pop up the deck list. Hopefully we'll win us a pity chest. Big money pity chest one time. But yeah, I know he's not here anymore. There's absolutely no chance he can hear me. But I want to thank Buddha to the Head for the big fatty host tonight. We appreciate it. Trying to look around and see who I'm going to host next. We got a couple of decent selections on today. There's a guy trying the blue-black zombie list, which seems very appealing to me. I'd like to see how it goes. And there's another guy playing Esper Control in Modern, who's actually kind of a regular in the chat, but don't really want to link somebody to Modern, so we'll probably be linking somebody to that black-green deck at the end of this round. But anyway, we're waiting on a round. If I knew what I was doing, there might be something right here that said like waiting for pairing or something, but I'm computer illiterate. I really need to get my glory bringers back out and like bring glory on people. I need to fix this deck. I think all of this Eldrazi stuff can go. I feel like this could just be like 4 glory bringers instead. I feel like one of these definitely should be a second Hazoret. Not really sure what else I would do. Maybe a second one of these. This card's been impressive. I don't know. Anyway, back to looking at this list and waiting for our pairing. 4 minutes in queue now. Apparently when you're playing for a PD chest, you have to wait forever. Thank you for following Stag228227 and the Okapi. I appreciate the followings. My Twitter used to be a porn haven ground, man. You don't even know. It used to be Used to be bad. I may or may not be a bit of a pervert. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Man, this queue's taking forever. I'm just kind of sitting here babbling to myself. You have been removed. What? It didn't tell me that I got a queue. Rip. Like, it pops up down here and tells me I have a queue and I never noticed it. My bad. Ah, there we go. And it's popped this time pretty quickly. I can only imagine and dream. Alright, so Repaired versus actually another pretty strong opponent. Strong opponents all through the fail bracket this tournament. I have to keep this hand even though it's relatively slow. We have one good removal spell and we have this card, which is our best card in way too many matches to mulligan. I have no clue what our opponent's playing. If he's playing something aggressive, it's going to be very hard to compete with this hand. If I was on the draw, I would have mulliganed this hand. Rip. Shock would be a good draw. Basic land is not a good draw. Yep. It's over, friends. This is a hard match, and game one is not going well. Don't really have anything in my hand, so I'm going to play this even though I probably am going to regret it. Yep. Going to regret it. Don't think there was a lot I could do, though. Like, not playing that card wasn't going to help me when I don't have cards in my hand that matter. Killing that one because the other one's legendary, so some percentage chance that he just had another one in his hand. We got wrecked pretty hard. So we could try to take no damage, which isn't going to get us anywhere. We could just kill this, I guess. Maybe? If he's shocking me, I'm probably dead. I'd have to draw like removal spell to not be dead. So that's 3 damage. Alright. Well, in theory we're not dead, I guess. I can play this and kill this and block this and die to this. That doesn't help. I can play this. I can do all of the same things and try to hit a shock off this. Congrats, man. Yeah, I don't see a way out. His hand would have to be literal nothing. And the odds of his hand being literal nothing are exceptionally bad. So any burn spell, I'm dead. Alright, I'm dead on board. Was dead either way, it looks like. Well, we gave it a good run. Well, sideboard in all of our removal-ish thingies. Get rid of divisions. Divisions are not particularly good in this match. Get rid of the riddles on the draw. Oh, we're on the play, sorry. Get rid of the Chandras on the play. My bad, fam. Leave done summons. Done summons are good versus Hazoret, and if he has to like tap out 5 mana for something. We're just playing versus mono red almost every round though, and we can't beat mono red with our deck. Not consistently anyway. Obviously you can beat some things some of the time, but I mean it's not something we can beat all of the time. No reason to save the mage for a blocker. He's got too many things like Earthshaker. Trying to untap land here, and we're in okay shape. Just going to take the 2 damage. I'm going to attack again. Not going to worry about blocking because he can trade like shocks and stuff up to kill my guys and things of that nature. So I can use my mana most effectively if I use this. Target this, target him. This targets this. And I attack for 3. And hopefully done summons do something. Wow, he had 2 more? Is that a good draw, fam? If so, why? So I can put this one back in his hand and target the other 2. That leaves me with 1/1/4 blocker. Well, the Weaver of Lightnings are going absolutely nutty this game. Don't care that he has an Earthshaker. Knew we were going to take that too. We literally just put it in his hand, so we knew that was happening. Oh, I guess I'll target this. Deal 1 damage there. Deal... Okay, he's done. The Weaver of Lightnings were sick that game. Alright, so now we're back on the draw. I don't think the insults are very good on the draw, and we'll try to bring the Chandras back in just as a end of the curve removal spell. But me and our opponent are tied 2-2. A pretty strong opponent playing for a pity chest. One of us gets a pity chest, one of us doesn't. Well, my hand is not good. It is good enough to keep. This is the type of hand you would want versus a ton of decks, but we really need the other half of our deck versus them. I'm going to be trying to play defense this game. Willing to block with this guy if given the opportunity. There's probably going to be an Earthshaker in the future, so probably not getting the opportunity. Just fine. I'm going to cast a Storm Chaser Mage and try to block next turn as well. We playing defense. Alright. Whoop, I'm going to prevent 2 damage. A shock would have been a perfect draw for us. We'll play our better wall. If he doesn't add anything meaningful to the board this turn, we get to start being aggressive again next turn. So he's going to exert, and one of these are going to die. We take 4 damage that way. He still has 8 in his hand. That's pretty brutal. The one thing can't attack next turn, so he needs more Earthshakers and more Crashers, which I'm assuming he has if he made that play. But he may not have them, so I'd had to leave them both back to block and chump with one of them. He's got 2 more 1-drops. Alright, well, we need to draw Sweltering Sun this turn. That's not a Sweltering Sun. I guess I should have held him back last turn. That was pretty sick. I probably punted this game. Could have took 2 less damage. But I was too busy trying to think about Hazoret and stuff. Like, how would I beat a Hazoret? Alright. That was good for me, I guess. A shock would be great for me. That's not a shock. I messed up. I should have cycled 2 cards. Well, that's a shock. I think I can attack if it's a shock. It takes a good number of things for him to kill me if this is a shock. So what can kill me? A Hazoret can kill me, but a Hazoret can kill me no matter what. Like, him just getting the extra turns from Hazoret would kill me. He can't buy any of his things back. He could get a Glorybringer. Glorybringer doesn't kill me. So I think I attack here. Puts him at 4 and gives us, puts him at 2 and gives us a lot of lethal threats for the following turn. It's a land Hazoret, we're dead. Not a land Hazoret. Alright, well, we made the play we needed to make and we won a pity chest. I'm pretty excited to win a pity chest when we played versus 3 mono red decks in a row. Anyway, let's see what our $2 of EV, or $2 and like 30 cents of EV got us. What do we get? We got nothing out of this one as well. Mass calcification. So I'm going to say my thing again. There's a Twitter down below for anybody who wants to follow it. You can see when I go live. You can see me whining to people. It's actually my personal Twitter too. So it's like not just stream related. You can see when I go live and all the deck lists. The MTG bot's in here, so you can type !! deck list too if you want to see that. On my Twitter, there's a link to my YouTube. On my YouTube, I post all of the videos from the stream. At some point, there will be content on the YouTube other than the stream, but I gotta be honest, I'm absolutely very, very lazy, so that's going to be some time from now, probably after I figure out how to do the graphics. That being said, everything that gets posted on YouTube is unfortunately 24 hours delayed because when you get this stupid little sub button up here, it's something you agree to in the partnership. But you can always go to just the Twitch VODs and watch any of that stuff, which I can't imagine anybody wanting to watch my VODs, but whatever. Anyway, thank you for following. Drop DD, Salmi, Mermode13, STIFU Booze, and Godlike3. I'm going to look for somebody to host. We've been on for several hours now. This is the third league. I want to thank Buddha to the Head again uh, for the host today. It was very appreciated. I got a lot of followers, and he's got a great stream. For those who haven't been there, you should go check it out. And I'm going to link to Ocean Man right now, our host Ocean Man right now. He's playing the blue-black zombie deck that went 5-0 yesterday, so might have something to it. It's got Scarab God in it, so hype for Scarab God. And I'll see you guys probably again tomorrow, but I am going out tomorrow. I'm going to go to Friday Night Magic and dinner with my friends, so it'll be a bit later stream. I would say in the 3 a.m.-ish mark Eastern, but I don't know. Anyway, thanks again for showing up, and later. See ya, Ace. Congrats on the 5-0. See you, Wayne.